Good morning, everyone. Well, we are going to begin our seminar and about the bioregional planning and design perspective in, let's say, worldwide perspective. And thank you to everyone that have joined us in this initiative. We are going to start this morning with the presentation of some cases at the European level. Then we are going to continue in the afternoon with a wider set of the framework relating especially to the bioregional heritage and cultural heritage, especially related to wider conceptual issues and experience, also referring to the North American experience. Now, before we begin, I'm pleased to pass the word for the welcome to the president of the consortium Prato Engineering that hosts the master and the bachelor courses in planning and urban and regional planning on the University of Florence. Then I pass the word also to Gabriele Bosi, that is a joint at the municipality of Prato. And so I pass the speech to Dottoressa Daniela Toccafondi of the Prato Engineering Consortium. Please.
Hello to everybody. It's an honor for me to be here to open the seminar on planning of rural bioregional city planning, and it's an honor for me because we can say now that the future of Europe is now open such seminar discussing about planning our city, our biggest city in Europe, and discuss how to plan from an eco-sustainability point of view is it's a great honor for me. I can't stay with you all during the day, and it's a shame, I know. But I will...
Sorry, I'm not sure they hear you. I'll try to verify, Daniela, sorry.
So, I don't want to start to the beginning, I will. I want to say that it's an honor for me to be here and to remain with you discussing about the future of Europe, about to plan our cities and our most important city in Europe, and to compare the future of this city. I want to welcome you in this seminar. Prato is a small city just close to Florence. That's why it's invisible at the rest of the world, but it's a very, very beautiful city with a strong identity. And I can understand that we will talk about also our area in this seminar. So thank you very much for your attention. Welcome to this seminar, and good luck for your research and your studies.
Thank you very much, Daniela. Daniela is an enthusiast of our master courses, and so we really appreciate her support in our striving to root these courses in this territory. Thank you. I pass the word to the speech to the Gabriele Bosi, joined at the municipality of Prato. Thank you, Gabriele.
Grazie a tutti, ringrazio il PIN e tutti gli organizzatori del convegno per aver organizzato un evento che a mio avviso è molto interessante e molto importante, non solo per gli specialisti e i ricercatori, ma anche per una riflessione più ampia che abbraccia il nostro territorio e il nostro comune. PIN ha questa tradizione, diciamo, di essere un luogo di ricerca, di discussione profondamente intrecciato con le esigenze del territorio circostante, e quindi si conferma questo ruolo importante di stimolo, di riflessione e di analisi. Credo che il tema sia attuale, estremamente importante per noi anche come amministrazione comunale che oggi rappresento, diciamo, il tema di ripensare le città nella tutela della dimensione agricola e verde e sulla base anche dei principi della sostenibilità ambientale è uno dei criteri che ci ha mosso nel lavoro di questi anni. Abbiamo strutturato in questa direzione tutti i nostri strumenti di programmazione, penso al piano operativo, al piano strutturale, che hanno l'obiettivo di tutelare le aree verdi agricole della città e di portare avanti una costante riduzione del consumo di suolo. Penso al piano urbano della mobilità sostenibile, che va nella direzione appunto di ridurre l'impatto climatico e ambientale dei mezzi di trasporto pubblici. Penso al piano d'azione per l'energia sostenibile, che punta a ridurre anche da questo punto di vista l'impatto climatico dell'energia anche nel riscaldamento degli edifici pubblici e non solo. Penso al piano di deforestazione urbana che è messo in campo in questo anno, in questi 2 anni, che è un lavoro di programmazione che punta a fare di Prato un centro di sperimentazione importante per una politica di tutela del verde come modalità per ridisegnare e ripensare le nostre città nel senso della tutela dei cittadini anche dal punto di vista sanitario e anche della riduzione dell'impatto dell'inquinamento e della riduzione del riscaldamento globale anche a livello locale. Riteniamo che gli enti locali e le città da questo punto di vista abbiano un ruolo importante, non sono soltanto, chiaramente sono temi che si affrontano a livello anche globale, nazionale, europeo e globale, ma in questo senso le città, le politiche urbane hanno un compito fondamentale, perché qui si decide in molti casi lo sviluppo economico e le politiche ambientali dei nostri territori, e quindi è importante che le città in questo senso svolgano un ruolo da protagoniste. Quindi le esperienze, le buone pratiche messe in campo in questi anni, Prato è un esempio, ma ce ne sono molte altre, possono essere uno stimolo per una riflessione più ampia che possa portare avanti delle azioni condivise a livello globale. Grazie intanto per oggi, anch'io non potrò seguire totalmente la discussione perché ho altri impegni, però penso che sia davvero un momento utile per la nostra città e non solo. Grazie.
Thank you, Gabriele Bosi, that highlighted how the municipality of Prato is really engaged and committed in promoting policies able to increase the urban quality, especially focused on sustainable mobility, urban agroforestry, and then the containment of pollution by participating to the measure pact at the European level. So it is important the support of the municipality of Prato for us, and this in such a way our efforts resonate in the concrete policies at the urban and territorial level. So now we are going to begin. Let me introduce with a short presentation some themes of some questions that we are going to pose to the speakers of this morning. And I just prepared some little points about key themes to deal with when we speak about urban policy in a perspective of a bioregional approach. Let me share the screen. Sorry, wait just a moment. So just some little points that I thought could be helpful to introduce the presentation and the reflection of this morning, and to contextualize the different speech in relating to some issues and emerging from the current trends in cities development and urbanization. Cities, as clearly evident, are a driver of pressure, the main drivers of pressure in an urbanizing world. Especially world city regions are the main drivers of an overwhelming process of planetary urbanization. The process driving on the latest capital accumulation phase entails a deep and unbalanced effect either in terms of ecosystem disruption and increased resources exploitation and social unfairness. Moreover, world cities occupy just 3% of the Earth's land, whereas they account for the 60 by 80% of the energy consumption and more than 17%, sometimes 17.5% of greenhouses equivalent gas emissions. And this percent, you have to think that this percentage are a mean of the different countries of the world, where some of them are really lower than this percentage. That means that, especially in the Western world, we have a rate of emission that is more heavy than the mean. Nevertheless, the pervasivity of urban phenomena needs to recover the relationship between cities and especially cities and the surrounding regions. In the graphics, you can see the situation of the ecological footprint of some Mediterranean cities that are not the higher in this kind of emissions contribution, but if just we only see to this kind of city, we can see how most of them need more than 6 times and 4 to 6 times of land to support their ecological footprints. So it's very this predicament needs the recovery. The city conceived as an hybrid and evolutionary system of nature and culture. Nevertheless, just considering the pervasivity of the urban as category underpinning a specific model of economic exploitation ranging well beyond the built environment, we can think about, for instance, the effects of urban food and industrial food production for cities. That calls for the recovery of many lost urban-rural metabolism. Particularly, that entails a vision of the very nature of the urban as an hybrid and complex ecosystem resulting from a co-evolutionary process in the context of a geographical region as a wise city region. Here we refer to the latest studies of Joe Ravets that will be presented in the afternoon. In that prospect, city regions, also in Europe, need to be reframed within a paradigm of regional settlement polycentric system suitable to recover a balanced relationship between human and non-human entities. Finally, this approach to rethink of the European city especially bring us to propose the model of the urban bioregion that draws really in the deep heritage of urban studies and regional movement. In fact, in this prospect, the urban bioregion, according to Magnaghi, but also to other scholars, turns out being an interesting model to pursue settlement patterns suitable to balance and recover resilient urban metabolism. Urban bioregion model allows to afford, according to McKay, the metropolitan deluge by nobly offsetting the 3 original dimensions of settled life: the primeval, let's say the wilderness, the rural as a special expression of communal life, and then urban as the expression at the higher level of the human interaction as cosmopolitan perspective. European cities in this prospect find out at the very core of their history such a life generating balance where from continuous and mutual exchanges between nature and culture stemmed a thriving socioeconomic innovative urban cultures and regenerative landscapes. Such a long-lasting inherited patrimony can be conceived as a gene pool and can unite not only design and planning rules, but also practices aimed to more equitable and durable development model, affecting also new trend for the current unsustainable and unfair development model. Finally, this is the quests and the related demands that we address to our speakers, and this is the framework with which we call and ask our speakers to deal with, starting with their experience that are going to show and present very important European context, and where the challenges that I try to highlight are fully experienced and coped with by the different administrative realities, but also by activists and scholars. So thank you so much. Excuse me, maybe I'm too much long with my introduction, and I'm pleased to pass now the speech to Rosário Oliveira and Alexandra Almeida that we are going to present the Lisbon case. Just a little moment that I turn off my presentation and leave the possibility to present it to Rosário and Alexandra. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. Good morning, all. Can you hear me and see me and everything is fine? Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank to David for the possibility of sharing this presentation with you today, and also for the big pleasure to have been in contact and in interaction with David for the last months, and about the possibility of interconnecting this bioregional planning concept with what is ongoing in the Lisbon metropolitan area in what concerns a metropolitan agro-food park network. So I'm pleased to share this presentation with my colleague Alexandra Almeida. And this is the reason for us to share the presentation is mostly because this project occurs in the framework of an international project that Alexandra will talk about. So let's share the... Can you see the presentation? Okay, what we are going to share with you is actually the experience for the constitution of this metro-agrifood park in Lisbon. So I'm a researcher at the Institute of Social Sciences of the University of Lisbon, and Alexandra is a representative of the Regional Development Commission. So just to give you a very quickly overview, so this project in terms of research is integrated on our research group. We call it SHIFT. It's a research group on environment, territory and society that is developing interdisciplinary research on agro-food social studies. And this is just a list of the diversity of topics that we tackle within this research group. Of course, this is just to give you an idea, also for possible collaborations and interchange in terms of research centers in other universities. So about the Lisbon metropolitan area, which is the territory within this project happens. So the Lisbon metropolitan area is a very amazing territory in terms of the features that it entails. So it's a mixture of a big history in the center of the metropolitan area, where the Tagus River crosses the Atlantic Sea. So it's a very particular environment, and it's where about 1/3 of the Portuguese population live. And it's also where about 30% of the GDP in Portugal is developed. So it's quite a dynamic area, and it's not. Despite it is a metropolitan area, it's not very dense in terms of urban areas, which means also that we have a big potential for developing agriculture. So in this map on your left, you can see in the dark brown the areas where the potential for farming is actually very relevant, which means that we need to look at this possibility as a big potential to develop a food strategy in a very strong relationship with the spatial planning. So it's more or less just to give you an overview on what is the purpose and what is the opportunity for us to develop this experience. So Alexandra will start by presenting the project where all this experience was set up. And the next slides will be for Alexandra to tell you something more about this robust project. So please, Alexandra.
Thank you, Rosário, and good morning to everyone. And thank you again, Rosário and David, for inviting me and consider my participation in this conference. So as Rosário said, the aim of our presentation, it's not speaking about robust, but once the network was born in the aim of this project, we have to just to say a few words about robust. So robust, it's an Horizon 2020 project which intends to unlock rural-urban synergies. Very briefly, its objective is to better understand the relations between the rural and the urban and peri-urban areas, thus contributing to promoting better public policies and governance arrangements in order to foster mutually beneficial relationships. I will not go into detail into the robust methodology, so you can go to the website and search for more information. So practically, in terms of its organization, robust is composed by 11 regional partnerships, each one with a practice partner and a research partner. In our case, with the regional authority for Lisbon Metropolitan area, we are the practice partner, and the research partner is Instituto Superior Técnico, which team is coordinated by Maria Partidário. Next, please, Rosário. So in the most practical side of robust lies in the articulation of the 11 place-based studies, which are the 11 living labs, and 5 thematic case studies, the community of practice. So each regional partnership choose 3 of these 5 community of practice. In our case, our focus is on the new business models on labor markets, ecosystem services, and sustainable food systems. And as you will see, these 3 topics are perfectly integrated and articulated in the aim of our living lab. So yes, thank you, Rosário. So a Lisbon Living Lab, we defined as a motto for our experience, the proximity territorial economy. And by approaching the territory in a holistic and integrated way, and considering always that rural and urban dimensions are complementary without any hierarchical relationship. So We look for the reinforcement and enhancement of the relationship between these dimensions through new business models and the promotion of sustainable systems that capitalize on ecosystem services. As you can see, our living lab is, the structure has been defined by all the stakeholders involved, and they identified two main groups to work in practice. So sustainable food program in schools and the network of sustainable initiatives. Each one of these big groups was divided in the smaller working groups, and based on the perfect articulation between the objectives of the two main groups and the objectives of the three community of practice that I speak before. And within this architecture, we can say we arrived at our Metropolitan Agri-Food Parks, which is perfectly integrated in the spirit and in the philosophy, if we can say, of our living lab. As you will see with the Rosário presentation, as she will speak in a few minutes, the network has a multifunctional nature, integrating the different components and actors of the food system, providing different services in an innovative way. The relevance of regional local land use planning is present in all these working groups, which shows that an effective connection between land use planning, local economic development, and stakeholder engagement, this is very important, is of main importance for boosting rural-urban synergies. And so to try to reverse the trends that David mentioned in the introduction. The next, please, and this is the last one. So we had more than 20 entities involved in this work group, and so far, 8 of them have formally manifested their commitment. Even we can say entities that were not involved since the beginning in this working group, as for instance the Ministry of Agriculture, but at this moment they have formally manifested their commitment. A last word to say that this work is, sorry Rosário, but this is very important for us and for me, because as you know, I'm not a researcher, so I'm most interested in the practical part of the case. So, but this work, that we have been developing with Rosário in the aim of this network is perfectly aligned with our regional development strategy for 2030. And we are already trying to identify possible lines of funding, either under our next regional program of the cohesion policy funding period, and Horizon Europe. So, but of course, it's a work in progress. So I hope that in a couple of months, we'll be able to tell you that we have much more stakeholders involved, and the network became a reality. So we hope so. Thank you, Rosário, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra, for this contextualization and for allow us to understand how this experience was born. So let's get back again to the Lisbon metropolitan area. Just to say through this picture that the Lisbon metropolitan area, in the areas where the interface between urban and rural territories occur, are quite a fragmented landscape. So this is the the landscape of the northern part of the Lisbon metropolitan area. And taking this framework that Alexandra has just presented and the features of our Lisbon metropolitan area, we started by two questions, mostly in this case, two research questions as the basis for developing the concept of this metro-agrifood park network in Lisbon. So the first one is how to feed Lisbon and its city region from a safe, sustainable and resilient food system. And for better understand this research question, it's important to say that our metropolitan area has about 3 million people. And the area that we have available for producing food is roughly 38% of the total of the Lisbon metropolitan area. So this is mostly for saying that it's a very significant starting question, because we have the territory, we have the natural resources, we have the economic farming already taking place, but all this happens without any attachment with the spatial planning and with the strategic vision for this food system to be developed. The other research question is on how to nurture Lisbon and its city region by strengthening urban-rural dynamics and ecological connectivity. So this is also to emphasize that the concept for our agri-food network has an integrated perspective, not only from the food system point of view, in the sense of feeding the metropolitan population, but also to interrelate it with the urban-rural development and with the ecological dimensions of this food system. So what I'm going to present you is mostly how can we use what is all the orientations and all the principles that we can find out either in the European and the national policy agenda, and how it is related with the regional and the local spatial planning in terms of transformative practices and actions. So we have, as we know, we currently have a lot of European policies with a lot of inspiration for the food system development, but also in the regional and the spatial planning, there are also good opportunities. So what we need to do is to find out some common objectives and to work together in a network perspective to come into practice and to implement this kind of network. So of course that we are not spend too much time on this, because I think it's so everybody knows a little bit what is the meaning of the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork and the biodiversity 2030 as big strategies that we need to be aligned with. But of course that going into some more detail, we know that it implies a lot of commitments, and we need mostly to change and to make the transition into something new in the next decade. So of course that our agri-food park network needs to accomplish in a way with all these principles. Also the national policy agenda implies some kind of very important challenges in what implies this transition to a sustainable sustainable food system. And what is here most relevant is to go into the regional policy agenda. And with some figures, we can easily understand the relevance of the of the metropolitan food system in relation to the national level. It means that about 7% of the total of food that is produced and consumed in Portugal, it is produced in our Lisbon metropolitan area. We don't know exactly in this moment how it is distributed, but we know that from this total, there is some significant part being produced within the Lisbon metropolitan area. So it means also that in this 38% of the land use that it is available for producing food, of course, in different circumstances in terms of territorial availability of resources. But it is also important to say that over the last years, and we can assume it as the last more than one decade, what we observe in the Lisbon metropolitan area is that the urban development stopped the speed that we had in former periods, and it means that there is this kind of stability in terms of urban development allows to look at the rural areas and to look into the agricultural potentialities as something very, very new, because in former times, as most of you, of course, also assisted or observed maybe now in your cities and in your metropolitan areas, all the area was facing some urbanization pressure without paying attention to other possible uses. So this is the current context we have. So there is the right time to start to integrate what will be these new possibilities of using this availability of land use to develop a sustainable food system. So a good opportunity comes also up because the regional planning is evolving, and it is the right time also to start to develop the new program for the spatial planning in the region. So it would be nice also to add this dimension of the spatial planning to develop this metro-agrifood park network, accomplishing with the principles of the territorial planning. So one of the big challenges that we are now facing is about a governance model. So with all these about 20 partners that are participating in the constitution of this network, we actually need to go deeper on the definition of an adequate governance model that could enable all these socioeconomic dynamics in a coordinated way. So it's really a big challenge, and it will be very interesting to design this adequate governance model. The other aspect is the provision of ecosystem services, which is also being developed by a working group within the Robust project. And of course that we also need to introduce this circular economy as a basis for the agro-food network. And of course, the big issue, the big goal is to adopt a healthier and a more sustainable diet as a way to connect production and consumption in a sustainable way. So this is just to summarize what is the necessary interlink between a food strategy and a territorial perspective. So the way we see the territory here is as a space for negotiation. And for this to happen, it is very relevant to implement a food literacy and an ecological and cultural awareness strategy, along with all the food strategy, of course. But this, the way that people can be aware of the need of this strategy, and the way that they can understand the relationship between ecological and cultural dimensions on food and on diets, it's also very relevant. So that's why this idea of agro-food park concept arises as a feasible one, because it's a complex system, in the sense that all the components and all the emergent concepts that have been gaining more and more importance, not only in Europe, but also in regional and local terms. So that's why this agro-food park concept came here to develop some innovative, multi-sectoral and a territorial strategy for the Lisbon metropolitan area. So our concept has been co-designed within this working group. So everybody, as a representative of these about 20 institutions, participated in more or less 1 year in a monthly meeting basis, where we discussed and where we defined this concept that is nowadays shared by all these membership within the project. So it is, the concept includes this relation with the planning and the management of the food system, and the relation with the territory, as I said before. The network will operate through a collaborative platform of public and private entities. There is some kind of principles regarding this connection between soil, water, and biodiversity and energy. So they are more or less the nexus that we need to combine and to implement in an integrated way. The network will promote a circular, resilient, and in the proximity economy. Of course, that it's necessary also to support a sustainable diet, which in our case is the Mediterranean diet. It's fundamental to contribute to the training, the capacity building, and the awareness raising of the public, not only the active players, but also the metropolitan society in general, in terms of increasing the food literacy, and of course to combine all these sustainable development principles with the ecosystem services and with the environmental dimension. So also within the framework of the network, we established a kind of vision for the next 10 years. And of course, it's maybe it's quite ambitious, but that's what a vision used to be for. So what we envision is to, in 2030, to ensure at least 15% of the food supply in the Lisbon metropolitan area in a sustainable production modes. Other dimension is to invest on a low carbon distribution, mostly based on short food chains, to promote some kind of strategies for a responsible food consumption, and not only strategies, but also campaigns and also ways to involve citizens in a direct way, and also to use the opportunity of promoting this metropolitan food system, giving the possibility of the recreation and gastronomic cultural tourism can also be developed along with all this food strategy. And it is, in our perspective, the way of strengthening these urban-rural synergies. So we established the six goals to implement this concept, to put in place, the word doesn't come now to my mind, but to reach all these objectives in 10 years. And this is what we have now. This is the basis for not only reinforce and to invite more and more partners to integrate this network, but also to find out some new possibilities of funding to go further on this implementation as soon as possible, because of course this strategy could leverage some relevant objectives for the spatial planning, and also for the well-being of the Lisbon metropolitan area population. So thank you all. These images are like a dream. These are an inspiration from another agro-food park. In this case, it is in Denmark, but it is just an inspiration to say thank you to all of you, and we are available for further contacts or for further discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosario. Thank you, Alexandra, for your presentation, because it allowed us to enter in the perspective of how it's difficult and not so easy to reverse the current situation of cities disembedding from their territories and try to recover a metabolic relationship, in this case relating to local food system, and how it entails especially construction of complex policies and awareness building efforts on behalf of consumers and citizens. So thank you. Obviously we have time in the discussion section to come back to some of the issues from your speech. I just have to apologize because the beginning we take more time that of the foreseen because some technical problems. So I recommend you, if you can, remain within the 20-25 minutes, even if we are going to start in the afternoon at 4 p.m. So we have time to, we can imagine to take more time in the morning for our discussion. And I forgot and apologize to explain that we had to invert the order of the logic order of the conference, because the time requirements of the colleague in the North American venues. So in such a way, this logical succession of the issues and topics starting from local case could appear not so suitable, but I guess we can earn enough elements to feed our discussion and our reflection also afterwards the webinar. So now I'm going to pass the speech to Roselyne de Lestrange. Good morning, Roselyne. I just a few seconds to say that I forgot to say that Alexandra Almeida is committed at the provincial bodies of Lisbon metropolitan area, and Rosário Oliveira, she works as a scholars and researcher at the University of Lisbon. And Roselyne, whereas Roselyne, that I have the pleasure to meet in Brussels, is an architect, a landscape architect with a huge experience in many parts of the world relating to urban context regeneration. And she collaborates and promotes the MetroLab at the UCL University of Brussels, and lately she is committed at the Metropolitan Administration of Brussels. So thank you, Roselyne, for your presence as well. And you can begin with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful invitation. It's really an honor and a pleasure to see you again, David. And to be here, and it's quite, I must say, a challenge to look after the experience of Lisbon, which is a very great one. Mine is quite smaller. So to present myself again, I'm a teacher and researcher in architecture, urbanism and landscape at the Catholic University of Louvain, because we have two universities, Leuven in Flemish and Louvain in Français. And as said David, I'm recently in charge of nature development and climate adaptation projects for Brussels administration of the environment. One of those projects is done together with Lisbon metropolitan area. So this morning I would like to share with you two connected experiences I conducted from MetroLab, which is an interdisciplinary lab funded by the ERDF program of Europe. They were both conducted with the aim of establishing the Brussels bioregion as a territory of sustainable governance through food also. So the first activity is a research project on the conditions for the deployment of a metropolitan agroecological network. And the second one, Agropolis, is a more operational dynamic of seminars which brought together about 100 of stakeholders involved in a new metropolitan agricultures, and it led to the publication of a small book of recommendations for the authorities. Okay, so please forgive me because many of the visual you're going to see later on are in French because they are results of those dynamics. Okay, but first of all, the common theme of these two experiences is the conviction that food is a systemic lever for the ecological transition of our societies. It is also the recognition of the need for a radical change in food production and consumption practices, and for the relocation of this production as close as possible to the eaters, therefore to the cities. This is the urban revolution in agriculture that Rémi Janin talks about in the manifesto that you can see to the left. So agriculture and cities in all their forms are de facto intertwined in space and can no longer be seen as different words. Their collaboration is an imperative, and this is the ambition of Brussels as shown in the drawing to the right. So the skyline you can see in gray is Brussels skyline. But this is a double challenge for us. Firstly, because Brussels is a city region, about 1 million inhabitants, a little bit more. You can see it here in red. And it has almost no agricultural land. It's life place or functional territory with around 3 million inhabitants, which is the Brussels bioregion, I would say, is spread over 3 territories, Flanders, Wallonia, and Brussels. And if one of those territories is fully responsible for spatial planning, agriculture, economy, employment, environment, and so on. Secondly, Brussels has a great public strategy to develop healthy, affordable, and local food called Good Food, which aims at producing locally about 30% of fresh food in 2030. But despite its ambition, agriculture remains on the fringes of planning concerns, so it's not considered as an urban issue. On the ground, finally, it is through the appropriation of land as a common good by citizens initiatives, such as Terre en Vue, that things are moving forward. We must recognize indeed that taking into account the living soil in the city planning is very complex, not only politically and economically, but also spatially. We could say, faced with a wicked problem. Actually, cities must be densified to protect the living soil, and at the same time, cities must be opened up to guarantee their resilience to heat islands, floods, and simply to be livable for the increasing numbers of inhabitants that was so evident during the COVID episodes. So for the moment, the best response to this paradox is a strategy of networks which penetrate all types of territorial fabric. And Brussels is no exception, is currently conducting a major study on this subject with Flanders, which is quite not usual, a study to which I had the chance to collaborate. So my hypothesis for reinforcing these so-called green and blue networks and supporting the agricultural revolution is that we need to add a yellow line to those blue and green one, an agroecological network. This would lead to the creation of a network of different states of nature, wild, gardened, and cultivated in all the bioregion. So what is this yellow network? It's a project of territory by and for agroecology. It proposes the networking and strengthening of its existing dynamics in order to reduce the food basin to an ethically and ecologically sustainable territorial footprint. This perspective is based on quantitative research about population, diets, surfaces, yields, and qualitative research as well, surveys on practices, values, landscapes, and so on. The yellow network is, of course, multifunctional with food, ecological, sociocultural, and spatial objectives. On a micro scale, it takes the form of vegetable gardens in public parks, shared cultivation inside urban blocks, or open spaces from public or private company properties. At the median scale, it mobilizes landscape elements such as waterways, woods, or metropolitan parks to host more ambitious programs as farms or agricultural park, smaller than in Lisbon, of course. At the large scale, all those elements are linked to the green infrastructure to build an agro-eco-landscape matrix. So it generates a multiscalar geography which interrelates the neighborhoods of the dense city of Brussels with the spatial, ecological, and agronomic resources of the bioregion in a spirit of collaboration between city and countryside. So the implementation of this network depends on many conditions, such as political, which is highly complicated, technical, agronomic, spatial, of course, normative and regulatory conditions. It requires working with the private and the public domain and with the 3 regions. On this foundation, 3 complementary strategies or project axes have been explored. So from MetroLab and with students in international master classes. The ecotone strategy, the first one, develops the yellow network as a spatial structure via the opportunity of existing agricultural or unbuilt land at the edge of the green and blue network. The principle is to support their use or conversion into organic farming. That can be professional cultures, test sites, shared gardens, and all that to create a productive ecotone. An important element of this ecotone is the network of the pass that crosses it and gives it a public space dimension in terms of education. It's very important. The archipelago strategy strengthens the network of practices. They are professional, amateur, commercial or not, by identifying the potential of cooperation between them. So we can see that they are not only numerous, it's the red points to the right, but also very varied in socio-technical terms. And this is the unreadable mind map to the left. This strategy organizes cooperative clusters of farms that are complementary in terms of production and which can also share infrastructures. And finally, the canopy strategy envisions the yellow network as a territory for experimentation. So the canopy is both metaphorical and literal. On the one hand, to the left, it includes the ecological food production on building and impervious surfaces. I said ecologically, because it's not technical urban farming, I would say. And on the other hand, it includes the planting of fruit trees, melliferous hedges, etc., in the public space, using arrangement ranging from the isolated tree to the food forest. And you can see a test of such a nourishing mesh at a neighborhood scale to the right that is being implemented now. So this third strategy is in line with the hypothesis currently being studied by the Brussels Capital Region in connection with the Good Food Policy to legally define land dedicated to urban agriculture as a public service facility of general interest based on the ecosystem services they provide. In this perspective, it is possible, I imagine, that farms of different sizes could be set up in all areas of the regional land use plan to consolidate the network. So this yellow network is not a large ready-made project, but the creation of positive circumstances for the deployment of agroecology on the territory. This approach assumes a certain radicality, which seems to me to be indispensable in order to move from the phenomenon of interstitial infiltration of those new agriculture in the urban environment to the construction of a bioregional agricultural project. This is nothing new, but it's a challenge in the Brussels metropolitan context. This project raises very concrete questions of governance, policy, or technical questions, as seen also in Lisbon. But more than anything else, the challenge is to change the way we understand land and therefore the way we value soil. This proposal is not unfeasible as it sounds, even if it's complex, and it draws on the history of urban planning, some of whose references you can see here just for pleasure, of course, Geddes and McHarg. So here is the shortest second part of my presentation. In the same European ERDF program, there was a pilot project on urban organic farming called Boeren Bruxelles Paysan. So Boeren and Paysan is the same word in Flemish and in French. And together we organized a series of seminars. The aim was to reflect on the condition of the creation of an agropolis. That is to say, a cité in the original sense of a community anchored in a landscape where urban, rural, human, and non-human are intertwined without hierarchy, and a city whose political and spatial organization is based, among other things, on a food network. This seminar was conceived as a moment of concrete reflection, as a collaborative dynamic of anticipation, and as I said before, it resulted in the publication intended for political and public decision makers. The issues we explored are the result of 5 years of field experimentation by Buren Bruxelles Paysan and by MetroLab. And the participants were professional and technical bodies from the administration of the metropolitan areas, but also researchers and guests from European metropolises. So I will expose very quickly the proposition that emerged to implement a bioregional food governance. The drawing you will see were made during the session. They were online sessions. We had a chance to do the first one in real, and then it was all online. And they were done as a synthesis of the discussions. And they will be soon published in English if you are interested. So the first session on agriculture as a metropolitan project raised the question of the territory that should be considered. We wondered whether it made sense to geographically predefine such a project territory, or would it be better to start from the dynamics already at work and from the opportunities? The discussion compared with the case of Geneva, which has a cross-border agglomeration agricultural project, identified the following points. First, it's more operational to think in terms of network rather than of perimeter. Then the identification of the food basin can be done in different ways, according to the values of the project, for instance, or following an administrative or a thematic logic such as landscape or economic sector, or by network of affinities more simply. In the case of Brussels, one of the most preferred approaches is the complementarity between the city and the countryside, because this territory does not have a periphery, but different types of occupation, more or less urban or rural. So we need to move away from a centralized vision. This was quite a challenge. During the second session devoted to the urban farmers' profession, the question was raised of the political and economic obstacles that make the new models, particularly cooperative, remaining on the fringes of the food system until now. And a very effective way to overcome them, as demonstrated by Le Champ des Possibles in the region of Paris, is the multiplication of pilot projects and test areas and the creation of protocols, convention or contracts specifically adapted to this new profession, that is the urban farmer. We then worked on the problem of access to land from the following 3 angles: regulatory, physically, and economically. From the example of Nantes, a city to the west of France, we talked about tools and mechanisms to recreate and consolidate what they call food land, which is a more accurate denomination than agricultural land, because this one includes feed or fuel, production for export. So we pointed partnerships between communities and producers, hybrid land uses, public land acquisitions, urban farms as facilities, and agro-neighborhoods organized around agricultural projects. By working on the relationship between agriculture and biodiversity, that were the 4 sessions, we raised the delicate question of the balance between the development of agroecology and that of biodiversity. We asked what strategy for cohabitation or even integration between these issues, and at what scale of territory should this balance be considered. So the correct criteria appeared to be multifunctionality, both sectoral and of scale, in agriculture as well as in the landscape more broadly, for reasons of biodiversity and then of resilience of the food system itself. The implementation of this multifunctionality requires trade-offs, of course, but also hybridity. We talked about the so-called urban field set up in Rennes, which is a big metropolis in Brittany, which hybridizes the 3 regulatory uses of the planning documents that are nature, city, and agriculture. And it appeared that a condition for this multifunctionality is the mutual knowledge of the professional sectors, particularly nature and agriculture, which all too often think of themselves as completely separated. All these issues led us to end the cycle with the question of the governance of a finally so-called metropolitan nourishing network. And words are very important here. The network, of course, evokes connections between sectors, species, and territories. Nourishing refers to the idea of an agriculture whose primary purpose is to nourish the inhabitants. Nourish meaning resource for the body, nutrients and health, but also for the individual in terms of well-being, and for the collective mind in terms of culture and values. And governance evokes a dynamic process of coordination between stakeholders, either within a field of activity or a space, or both. So we have finally identified a cross-border pilot territory and the mission of an integrated governance body that you can see in the screen, in which local authorities should have a key role. And we also propose to set up an observatory as an in situ laboratory that brings together public players, producers, researchers, and associations. So to conclude, 4 main points emerge as a shared conclusion between all the stakeholders. First, the farmer must be at the heart of the project. His logics and infrastructural needs must find the same echo in the urban management as those of the other fundamental sectors such as health or education. Second, if the vision carried by the politics must be clearly identified as agroecological, the implementation of the transition must mobilize all the active forces without restriction of practices. It was such a debate, except for that of territorial agriculture with a local aim. The creation of short chains is proving to be a stepping stone for broader project of ecological transition, hence the prevalence of this aspect on the ecological, strictly organic farming one. And third, one way of leveraging the deployment of an agropolis lies in the radical change in the understanding of land. This is the real revolution. Its evaluation and hence its allocation priorities should integrate the agronomic and the ecological value of the soil considered as a common good. And finally, granting a universal income primarily to farmers who take care of this common good is a clear strategy for affirming the importance of the agroecologic model for the future of society. So I'm finished. The publication will soon be available in English, and I will be glad to share it with you if you wish. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I haven't been too long, David. And I must say that I won't be able to stay with you all the day, but thank you again. And I'm looking forward to listen to other communications.
Thank you, Roselyne, for your speech. Very interesting because all of us not only to know and deepen our knowledge about the metropolitan region of Brussels, that is very interesting, but also to once more to highlight how the process of shifting towards an integration of agriculture and peri-urban areas government and with a more enhanced role on behalf of urban and peri-urban agricultures calls to trigger a mutual learning process, especially between farmers and citizens and administrative bodies, and also to define a different and try to achieve a different land values awareness and land ethic. So thank you, Roselyne. Now I'm going to pass the word to Agnés Sinai. Agnés Sinai, bonjour.
Hello.
Agnés Sinai is she's professor of Sciences Po, Paris, and especially she's founder to think. She's founder of the Momentum Institute and a network of reflection on Anthropocene policies. And moreover, she lately issued a couple of years ago an important publication referring to Agnés Sinai. She's professor of urban region according to the framework and of the paradigm of the urban bioregion. So I am pleased to leave to Agnés the speech, and thank you again.
So thank you very much for the invitation, David. I'm very happy and proud to be with you all this morning in this fantastic bioregional symposium. So I'm trying now to show you my presentation.
It is maybe Agnés, in the while that you try to connect, I try to leave the words to director of our department that for commitments reason unavoidable commitment reason was not present at the beginning. Maybe if Giuseppe De Luca wants to give an address of welcome to the attendees. Giuseppe?
Grazie davvero Davide. Welcome to Prato, welcome to the Department of Architecture. I am outside of Florence today. I am in Rome because there is the 100 years of the foundation of the Faculty of Architecture in Rome, and there is a mini seminar with all the department in Italy and in Europe. I was blocked before in the train. I'm sorry, and I wish to greet you for this presence for us. The Bioregional City and the Planning and the Design is one of the main research of the department, and for us and for the department is the main point of the work. And I thank you for to be here this morning, and I greet you for this day. Grazie Davide, vi chiedo scusa ma sono stato bloccato nel treno a Roma venendo qui, e sono qui alla facoltà di architettura con la maggior parte dei direttori e dei presidi di architettura di Italia ed europei per questo centenario, e sono in rappresentanza dell'Università di Firenze, quindi non posso essere lì, ma vi ringrazio davvero e vi auguro una buonissima giornata.
Thank you, Giuseppe. How you have heard, he apologized because it was really impossibilitated to be here because a commitment on behalf of the Florence University at the centenary celebration of the architectural schools in Rome. So thank you, Giuseppe, for your presence, and we will report the results of our work day to the department discussion. Thank you, Giuseppe. Have a nice day.
Mm-hmm.
So we pass to Agnés.
Hello, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
So good morning again, and I'm going to introduce to you the vision of Île-de-France, which is Paris region, that the Institut Momentum, which is an independent think tank dealing with Anthropocene issues, proposed 2 years ago together with Forum Vimobile, which is the SNCF think tank, which is a think tank on mobility. So together with Forum Vimobile, or its support, we produced a vision of Île-de-France beyond collapse, because we assume that the so-called metropolis of Grand Paris is particularly emblematic of the Anthropocene and is on an unsustainable trajectory. So like most prospective studies, we use the backcasting method, which consists of in describing a dream society objective for 2050, a desirable future, and steps necessary to achieve it by gradual reform and transition or bifurcation. So the idea is to analyze the Grand Paris and Île-de-France region as an highly anthropic area, altered by fossil fuels and by highly complex transportation system in this very dense region, which is Île-de-France. As the sociologist Zygmunt Bauman said, territories are liquefied by fossil fuels, material flows have taken over spaces. And our question in this vision, bioregional vision for Grand Paris, our question is it possible to make a move from this liquefaction, this metropolitan liquefaction, to a kind of good government dealing with a kind of antidote to the territorial entropy which characterizes presently Île-de-France. So as you know, Île-de-France is one of the most traffic clogged cities worldwide, and its transportation system is highly complex, and it relies on only 2 pipelines for conveying oil towards Île-de-France, which is not a resilient situation. Second point, today feeding Île-de-France, 11 million inhabitants, requires 3 million hectares of arable land, which corresponds to 6 times more than the Île-de-France utilized agriculture land. And as you can see on this slide, it's a shift which took place after 1950 and at the beginning of the 20th century. Île-de-France was a very rich country from an agriculture point of view. It was self-reliant. It was very diversified agriculture. As you can see here, there was a lot of animal husbandry, mixed farming, flowers production, 82% of the fruits and vegetables basically until the mid-20th century. Fruits and vegetables were produced and consumed in Île-de-France, and at the beginning of the 20th century, around 250,000 people were employed in the agricultural sector, whereas now only 10,000 people work in agriculture in this hugely exportative area, which has become Île-de-France. Because the paradox of Île-de-France is that it is still very agricultural. There are about 6,000 square kilometers, so to speak, 600,000 hectares dedicated to agriculture nowadays in Île-de-France. So, as you can see on this map from the Atlas of Île-de-France, this rural reserve is still very important. And our question in this study on a bioregional future of Île-de-France is, would it be possible to redeploy its food footprint on its own surface as well as on neighboring departments? So that was one of the questions. And as you will soon see, yes, it is possible. So the potential is here within the region itself. So our design tends to revive old countries until the end of the 18th century. You can see that France was split and in 11 so-called pays, which was local countries, Brie française, Vexin français, etc., Urquois, which gave their names to parcs naturels régionaux. There are now 6 main PNR, so-called parcs naturels régionaux, regional natural parks in Île-de-France. So our vision of a possible design, regional design of Île-de-France was inspired by history, by also the present shape of parcs naturels régionaux, and also by Mumford's regional planning approach, Sales Bioregion, and Alberto Magnagi's urban bioregion. But mainly here are 8 georegions that could constitute 8 bioregions. And as you can see, Paris center, hyperdense center, is split between these 8 bioregions, which are going to feed Paris, but not only. Paris could be self-sustainable if these bioregions recovered their agricultural capacity. So 8 bioregions and 4 hypotheses. The first hypothesis of our scenario is that a democratic shift will take place during the next decades, because this Île-de-France region is already partially unsustainable, as I said at the beginning. As we saw during the pandemics, nearly 20% of inhabitants of Paris region left the region, and the future is quite uncertain. Other pandemics could occur, climate change could be more severe, or economic condition could move. And this metropolis attractivity already is declining. So we imagine that this phenomenon could be politically designed or constrained by conditions. So, to our point of view, bioregion split and relocalization could only be possible by de-densification of Paris core and its first suburbs, its near suburbs and Paris center are very, very dense, as you know. So the idea is to de-densify and to refill, in a way, peripheries by reinstallations of population in rural parts of Île-de-France, which now are not inhabited. So there is a high potential of re-inhabitation of the fringes of Paris region, which are very fertile areas, but by now agriculture is monocultural and exportative on world markets. So, second hypothesis, thanks to this demographic shift and new repartition of the population on the territory, and thanks to new formations, new ways of qualifying the inhabitants, professionals or amateurs, which is half of the population or 3 million people, would participate in an organic agri-food activity by the year of 2050. So to speak, in the next decade, there would be a shift to another economy. And this shift would be organized around what we call the agricultural hubs, which already exist partly nowadays, but are not really planified by the authorities. As you may know, nowadays there are some struggles, in particularly near Roissy airport. There are some mobilizations, citizen initiatives refusing a commercial complex on some of the most fertile lands which surround Roissy in Val d'Oise, around Triangle de Gonesse. And there are proposals to, instead of implement a complex of offices and commercial devices, there are proposals to set up an agroecology hub in near Gonesse and in this northern part of Île-de-France. The third point of our scenario is to resort to local energy in the area, and we have cartographed the potential energy potentials in Île-de-France, and it means also an acceptation by citizens to a kind of intermittency of energy supply, and also an important energy descent, which would mean to progressively reach 1 oil ton equivalent by year by inhabitant during the next decades, which corresponds to the consumption of individuals during the 50s. So 50 years or 60 years ago, the amount of energy by a person was 1 oil ton equivalent. So it is not going back to Middle Age, but to organize energy descent and maintain decent, of course, quality of life, and resorting to local potentials of energy production, which we have cartographed, as I said, and we happened to discover that decentralized, rustic, and efficient energy production could fulfill about 43% of needs of the inhabitants of Île-de-France, and the rest would be imported from neighboring region and would rely on wood, on biogas produced on farms, and on rustic energies like, of course, wind energy. As you see here, there is a high potential in Paris region for wind energy, but also through implementing windmills like this one, like this Noordmolen windmill built in the Netherlands, and developing also hydrogeologic potentials. There could be many mills on La Marne, as there were some decades before, on this model of modern boat mills that could be set on the rivers of Île-de-France. Fourth and last hypothesis, it's on mobility descent. The initial idea of this scenario was a post-car scenario. So how to shift to a post-car mobility in Île-de-France. And we happen to design a low-tech transport system, of course, based on walking, bicycles, animal traction, local trams, and bioregional train. We inventoried, we walked through the regions and discovered many old railways. There was a very subtle and dense railway network until the beginning of 20th century in Île-de-France. So we could revive this network to provide bioregional local transportation based on low-tech mobility, on this model of Belgium, Réseau Belge Vicinal, for example, or Velo train, or tram freight could be conveyed to Paris center. So to conclude, hoping not to be too long, the idea is to give rays of potential landscapes under the present one, which is characterized by entropy and overshoot. And we discover that the potentials are here. But the condition is to de-densify the region and to shift to agricultural economy. If you want to read the whole report, you can find it on the website of Institut Momentum, l'Île-de-France après l'effondrement. It's still in French. We hope to translate it. And thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Agnés. Thank you so much, Agnés, for your very interesting presentation. Especially a point concerning bioregional shift process concerns that relates especially to energy issues, because I guess that rethinking our cities, especially a metropolis like the Ile-de-France, entails to rethink the way in which the demands, not only the offer of energy, but also the kind of demands, our needs, and especially in a future but already current scenario of energy fossil sources shortage and rising prices that was well foreseen also by I remember a French engineer that wrote an important book, Marc Jancovici, that pointed out about the necessity to completely reframe not only the offer, but also the form of our demands, especially relating to spatial and urban patterns. Thank you,
Yes.
Agnés. We will have time to deepen your proposal in the discussion. And now we pass the words to an Italian friend of us, Elisa Butelli. Elisa Butelli, she's a PhD and researcher that especially focused the studies and research about the local food system, and she works at the University of Florence, and she's going to present us not an Italian case, but a study that we carried on under an agreements of study and research with the Région Aquitaine, Municipalité de Bordeaux et Métropole, and the University of Florence, and a project that has a long history and is about le projet pour la Bioregion Bordelaise et d'Aquitaine. Merci, Elisa, and I leave you the words. The ground is yours.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I try to share. Okay. I'll try to stay in time with my presentation, 25 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Elisa.
Okay. The case I present today is the bioregional project for the Bordeaux area of Aquitaine. The region, it was contextualized in a contract for the bioregion between the CCNRS, a public research center, which is the promoter, and the Aquitaine region, carried out from 2012 and to 2015, and which saw the active involvement of the Department of Architecture of the University of Florence, for which the scientific director of the project was Professor Daniela Poli, and the School of Architecture and Landscape School of the University of Bordeaux. It also saw the involvement of important Italian and French institutional partners. During the years of this contract, the University of Florence has activated numerous study trips, workshops, and theses on the theme of urban bioregion applied as a case study to the Bordeaux area, deepening various aspects and providing an interesting and very articulate picture of the territory under study, and providing important planning guidelines that I will illustrate in this presentation at the end of this presentation. First of all, however, it's necessary to make a premise on the problematic situations in the French context, starting from here, the strong monocentricity on the metropolitan poles. Metropolitan poles are specific structure introduced by the 2010 law under form of local authorities, which is the result of a long process aimed at cooperation between large neighboring agglomerations. Currently, there are 25 of these poles, and their main objective is to promote competitiveness and attractiveness in their own territory. This structure at the national level brings brings a strong polarization in a few poles and a centric urban vision that profoundly marginalize the role of the territories, especially, of course, the inner ones, which are in danger of becoming highly critical areas. In this scenario, agriculture also becomes increasingly industrialized and the rural space eroded by new industrial areas and new residences around the attractive poles that generate a strong urbanization. And here we come to another major critical issues, which is precisely that of industrial agriculture made up of intensive agriculture, large monocultures with production destined for the most part, of course, for export, very large fields without ecological corridors. And this leads to a deep loss of proximity in agriculture, a loss of relationship between the places of production and consumption, and finally to the loss of territorial balance. In opposition to this trend, the work for the Bioregional project has strongly interacted with this vision that you see. A vision to 2033 elaborated by the Department of Gironde, which proposes an alternative approach to metropolitan polarization. An approach aimed at enhancing the territories and small towns near Bordeaux with an approach, a polycentric approach. The methodology. With the aim of going in a direction opposite to the monocentricity and the marginalization of the territories, the project that I present here intend to build through a territorialist approach. And here I have to do a precision. A territorialist approach assumes Alberto Magnagi's definition of territory as a highly complex living system produced by the long-term coevolutionary and synergic interaction between human settlement and the environment, cyclically transformed by successive civilization. Therefore, in this presentation, the term should be intended with this meaning. I say that the project that I present here intend to build a bioregional, reticular and polycentric vision of the territory based on the enhancement of the potential of the places. The methodology that we see schematized here, which has been proposed largely used in Bioregion project, start from the current criticalities and takes into consideration here we see institutional issues, social issues, the perception of places and the policies of the territory. It's based on the construction of an important atlas of the territorial heritage that holds together environmental analysis, analysis of the phases of territorialization, analysis of the settlement and socioeconomic dynamics that together define the rules for structuring the territory and coevolution between culture and nature. Define the territorial shapes also and the morphotypes, and again the problems, the stakes, and the specific objectives for the territories. All this leads to the definition of the territorial transformation rules and consequently to the bioregional scenario. The methodology also had to include a part of participation consultation. You see here the part in yellow. A consultation with the inhabitants, which, however, was not done. It had to be applied by French Research Center, which, however, did not implement this phase. The project area. The work on the bioregion focused on Aquitaine, an old region in southwestern France. Today include in the new Aquitaine, which is this region you see in red, and in particular on the Bordeaux area of Gironde that you can see here in red, which Bordeaux has its capital. The Gironde contains numerous and heterogeneous landscapes. To the west, the land system, an entire flat area on which there is an intensive cultivation of conifers. In the lands area, the area of the Médoc, that is on the middle north, is characterized by the Bordeaux agglomeration and by vineyards. In the central area, you can see the Entre-deux-Mers, literally between the two seas, a portion of territory that develops between the Garonne, the two rivers, the Garonne and the Dordogne, starting from the junction of the two waterways, and on the right you can see the Haute-Gironde. Criticalities. In this area, the main critical issues are therefore monocentrism of Bordeaux, functional and of centralization of the population, and in this image we can see the profound change at the level of territorial structure in the distribution of population from a polycentric territory that at the end of the 19th century passed in the contemporary period to a completely monocentric structure on the main city. Then a model of rural development concentrated around a few highly specialized productions. In fact, in this area, we have a monofunctional agriculture with large monocultures that are essentially that of the maritime pine in the lands area, and that of the vine in the Médoc area north of Bordeaux, and always the vine in the Entre-deux-Mers, and to the east in the upper Gironde. In this image, which focused on the Médoc area, this division between large monocultures of the vine to the east and the pine to the west is seen even more in details. It's also note how the Bordeaux metropolitan area exerts a strong urban pressure toward agroforestry areas. And in fact, especially in the peri-urban areas bordering Bordeaux, you can see here, there is an increasingly strong territorial and ecological fragmentation due to settlement, wealth, and the presence of large linear infrastructure. And now the Heritage Atlas. To get to the project, the bioregional scenario, the heart of the work is represented by the numerous analyses of the territory. Transcalar analyses that have highlighted the local peculiarities and assets. It's about analysis, morphological and environmental, agricultural system, and rural productions, current and historical settlement, current and historical economic systems, and many, many others. In particular, the historical analysis made it possible to reconstruct the territorialization process and to highlight the current critical issues. Also the potential and the different environmental resources, the relationship that exists between the historical founding settlement system and the morphological and geological characteristic of the soil. For reason of time, we cannot see all the large amount of work produced over the years, and which has deepened different teams and produced also focuses on specific territories. So I will show now some of the most original and interesting analysis, just a little bit. I quickly show some maps produced, such as the orohydrographic analysis related to the settlement structure, and then here the geographical map about relating to the current settlement structure. These apparently very simple maps have an enormous value from a cognitive point of view, as they are useful for fully understanding the dynamics of settlement of the territory. This is a map of the ecological network that already shows how this is a territory in which the theme of water is predominant, both for the position of the territory bordering the ocean to the west, and which is articulated around these two great rivers, but also due to the presence of lakes. You can see also in the west side, and a very dense minor hydrographic networks, especially in the flat area of the Medoc. In the Medoc area, numerous in-depth studies also have been made on the theme of water, and also here we see an in-depth analysis on minor rivers and on creation of dunes and lakes. Here, a very interesting study that has been done is about the Great Lands forests that I have already shown. The historical analysis that has been made, and which is summarized here in a graphic scheme, has allowed for a de-ideologization of the saving vision of the forest as the only possibility of using the land's territory from an economic point of view. This monocultural forest was actually built by an anthropogenic action. This reconstruction, so is very interesting because the historical perspective shows already a planning interpretation, or how it's possible to give different values and different organization to this territory with respect to current use. Other analyses that have been made, and here I will always show you an in-depth analysis of the Medoc, are about the historical territorial system, starting from the reconstruction of a cartography of 1777, and then a reconstruction of the co-evolutionary characters of the relationship between the settlement system and natural elements in the same period, which show how at the end of the 18th century, the Medoc area was strongly related mainly to the part of the estuary on the east. The same historical analysis were also made on another period, here mid-19th century and early 20th century. It's very interesting to see the evolution. I show you again here. Showing the territory now on early 20th century, we can see the great change with the birth on the forest industry, therefore a strong relationship also with the forest and the villages that become small villages. Returning to the entire territory of the Gironde, where analyzed the services and function and the different settlement morphologies. About this analysis specifically is interesting the polycentric point of view. It's important for a projectual idea. Then specifically on Bordeaux, a work focuses on urban morphotypes and territorial morphotypes here of the historical structure. Here again, I show you a couple of images on the work of agro-eco textures on, and here the rural morphotypes. You see that the analysis I'm showing, as I announced, are at different scales. And now let's see the final part on the multi-scale bioregional strategic scenario. The bioregional scenario is built starting from all the in-depth studies made and is made up of the different proposals and designs direction that emerged from the thesis and the workshop. It's therefore a multi-scale scenario precisely because there are different syntheses at different territorial scales. Often in the more dense and complex part of the territory, the indication of the scenario are more detailed. I now show you many maps that represent the vision of the scenario starting from this, which is articulated over the whole territory of the Gironde and which is based on some fundamental elements. First of all, the maintenance of green corridors and the creation of new corridors in order to create passages and connection of ecological and naturalistic value. Then the definition of urban margins through the natural bands in order to limit the expansion and safeguard the agroforest areas from anthropogenic pressure. Again, the creation of multifunctional parks with ecological, landscaping and fruitive features. Here, for example, the Lakes Park and River Park were planned to give the river and the water system in a central role. Also the creation of peri-urban agroforestry areas, the implementation of a soft mobility networks and new cycling and walking routes. Here we see a proposal for an economic scenario based on innovative multifunctional farms and on the connection between these farms. Starting from this, the creation of local agroeconomy of proximity, also starting from what were the economic system of the past. Here we see a detail on the Medoc, where have been planned areas dedicated to reintroduction of polyculture, wet areas to be safeguarded for ecological diversity, enhancement of forest which intervention aimed at implementing in some area, quality agriculture and reintroducing livestock, which before the artificial bird of the forest was very development in this territory. Here we can see a design hypothesis of polycentrism, which is a central element of the bioregional project through the creation of new urban center with specific functions. This proposal then analyzed in detail hypotheses for the city of Castelnau, which is what I have circled in red, where it's proposed to save the agricultural areas closed, fragment the monoculture of vineyards with fields of historical agricultural crops, and insert areas of peri-urban agriculture. Here we see a sketch on the theme of polycentrism for the city of Bordeaux, which highlights the different centralities to be enhanced. Here we see a proposal for the reopening and the creation of multi-purpose green gates with an agricultural, ecological and fruitive value that enter in the city, Bordeaux. Another extremely important element for the bioregional we see for the bioregional project is the enhancement of local production, the local farm, the creation of short production and consumption chains. Now here I quickly scroll through other project proposals. Of course, as I said, these I show are only a small part of all the works produced, but the vision of some of this project is interesting to show the work teams. This, for example, is a scenario of reconstruction of agro-environmental and territorial system of the Parc des Jalles in north of Bordeaux. That has a wide range of services to the city. Here we can see how direct sales in the farm, nature trails on horseback and by bike, public river transport, beaches on the lake. I conclude by looking at some detailed works on the redevelopment of the urban margins and an essential requalification for the containment of urban expansions. And here we can see different projects at different scale. Here we have guidelines for intervention on the margins, starting from the different urban textures, with the hypothesis of inserting gates and relocating buildings, and to enhance the agricultural spaces included in a large public space on the territorial scale, through not only the development of the margins, but also the creation of new small attractive poles on the margins, but also the strengthening of the role of the riparian vegetation and historical villages, of historical roads, of agriculture, the design of wooners that are stretched of road designed specifically for pedestrian use, where cars have to go very slowly. For reason of time, I try to summarize a lot the various steps, but I tell you that part of the material produced and the project course are about to be published in a book dedicated to the urban bioregion project in the Bordeaux area in Aquitaine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, especially because I well know that you have to summarize a lot of a huge quantity of materials in this presentation. So I really appreciate your synthesis abilities. So just to underline how the method you by using the Bordeaux region case, the method you exposed allows us to best appreciate how the bioregional shift entails also a completely new approach to territory description, representation, and also design. Especially, we can note an approach based on the deep interaction with the long-lasting identity of the territory and with the analysis of the heritage, either natural and urban, and especially the role of the representation that can earn from this kind of studies in terms to translate that in visioning tools suitable to fit social interaction. The other aspect is the cross-scale dimension of this endeavor, because we have seen how it is necessary, but we saw also that from the previous presentation, it is necessary to play on a different plane of scale, starting from the grassroots approach to the regional visioning schemes. So it is very interesting and not a simple task at the same time. Thank you, Elisa. And finally, last but not least, I pass the speech to my colleague Daniela Poli Daniela Poli is a full professor at the Department of Architecture and the Florence University. Oh, sorry. The public asked me about if you agree of maybe to have a short coffee break that was not reported in my sheets. And if you agree, we can stop just 10 minutes to have a human space for us, and we can begin at 11:40. Good morning, we are here again. Thank you, sorry for we are a little bit late. So if you are ready, if Daniela is there, we can begin again. Thank you, Daniela. Sorry for waiting. And when you are ready, you can.
Okay.
Do you hear?
Thank you very much.
Do you hear fine the sound?
Thank you very much. As director of the master degree in urban and regional planning and design in Florence, I thank very much David Fanfani, who has hardly worked for this important meeting, which inaugurates the program of annual conference starting the academic year with the relevant issues for our studies. And also I thank all speakers and all people who are with us in this, I think, very important bioregional network. So I will introduce briefly the concept of metropolitan city. As we know, as we see, the urban bioregional design is always transcolor. Each project, every level, puts in the bioregional idea the settlement in contact with the vital matrix of the territory. This is a core of the project as a water, food, environment, energies. But because it's in the title of my speech, what is in Italy the metropolitan cities? Now is a strange administrative planning level. In Italy, in the past years, there's been the desire to abolish a border of the province, introducing the concept of metropolitan cities, which really I don't like. Because is the city of functions, this is the city of territorial hierarchy, is the city of the polarization. And in Italy, the border, in the border of the region, we have a border of the province. The region actually is really a recent institution. Inside the provincial border is very old. The provincial border, in different cases, represent a deep dimension, historically and territorially, of the city. And this deep dimension, it means the integration with the city and the surroundings territory of the territory formed by the systems of medium and small towns. So this provincial border, it was an uninterrupted dialogue between administrative and ecclesiastic border. It was in Italy organized on the Roman municipality. It was this general idea, but the idea was to abolish the province and to identify the metropolitan city cut on the metropolitan, only on the metropolitan area, excluding the depth of the territory. This reform don't go ahead, but this is the problem. Some important competence that was before in the province get passed to the region, some of agriculture or environment. Here you can see the metropolitan city in Italy, and the problem is that the boundaries is the same. So in the Città Metropolitana of Florence is the new name, but the same border of the provincia. So the provinces remained, and these provinces with the metropolitan cities change name, but the borders is the same. So actually creates. What are now the objective of the city metropolitan? Are the objective strategic for the strategic development of metropolitan territory? So this administrative level have to made a strategic plan. And the other is really objective of coordination, different level of coordination. We have research. We made a research from the Città Metropolitana of Florence. The Metropolitan City of Florence asked our laboratory of ecological design and settlement.
Daniela, sorry if I interrupt you, but we don't see the slides advancing, and so maybe
aiuto.
Maybe you can try to close the presentation and reopen again.
Now?
Great.
Ok, vai avanti. Ok. Sì, this is the border. Yes, this is the border of the Città Metropolitana in Florence. So the same border of the old province, but the new name. The problem is that the competence now are different. They don't have a competence in agriculture. They don't have the competence in environment. But we see the competence are the strategic competence, and this level of administration have to make a metropolitan strategic plan, and have the competence of coordination with different level of administration. So the Metropolitan City of Florence asked our laboratory of ecological design and settlement to participate at this plan, the strategic plan, with a research that to provide an overview of ecological regeneration of territory. And so I coordinated this research, one of a lot of research with a big scientific committee and another important group of work. And vai avanti. And the idea, scusa, torno indietro. The idea it was to build a system of urban bioregion, polycentric and self-sustainable and resilient. So it was our object for the research, right? The objective of the research it was the first to build a new non-central periphery narrative, to formulate a multidimensional strategy related to the territorial patrimonial dimension, to identify some priority strategy for the transition to the urban bioregion, and identify some pilot project coherent with the bioregional strategy. Avanti. So we improve our approach bioregional, and our approach is based in the constant round trip between theoretical approach, research, project, and action. And this approach is tested in Italy, also in the landscape regional plans, such as Tuscany regional plans and Apulian regional plans. In France, in Bordeaux, as we see, in the Lille, in the Bassin Minier, and in Spain, also with the thesis in Seville. Our working method experiments and verify in comparison with the materiality of place and the social subject, the limit and the opportunity of bioregional transformation. It's very important, this relationship, and we use the project as a method, of the vision to have a relationship with the people. So, as you see, and as Elisa Butelli showed, our methodology is focused on territorial heritage, interpreted as a common and living being. And it's as the idea of the territorial heritage is not fixed, but is a dynamic. It's really important to have a link with the contemporary stakes, with the conflict, and in the social design. So we try to regenerate the territory with the urban and territorial polycentrism, to have the relationship with the vital matrices of the settlement. This is really important for us, like an ecosystem and eco-territorial services. We need to have strengthening in internal economic and ecological relationship, and to reduce the external one, and also to strengthen the local economy, and to strengthen the active role of the population in the care of the principal components of the territory. This is the methodology that we use. Vai avanti. So if we saw this image, this is the image of commuting that is centrated in the city of the plain. And you see that the border, if the metropolitan cities don't make sense, because if we follow this image, that is the actual image, we have to cut on the metropolitan cities. So we decide to think that the actual border of the old province, it's really interesting. Vai avanti. Now, also in the actual narrative of the description of the metropolitan cities, as you see, for instance, the mountains, it is read like the periphery. The countryside, its inner area, in the between. It's not the central area. Vai avanti. This is the critical issues by the landscape plan of Tuscany region, and we see that in the mountains we have a lot of problem, because there are not population inside. All the population is arrive in the inner metropolitan area, and the same is of the public service. You don't have a public service in inner area, but all the public services is in the central area. We have a lot of problem with the infrastructure and so on, right? This is the image of the central area. And here we have a lot of problem with infrastructure. We have a lot of problem of interclusion of agricultural area. We have a lot of problem for the ecological network. And we have a lot of problem for the infiltration water in the soil. This is the vital matrix of the settlement. So, for the rearticulation of the vertical territory, we imagined Florence as the barycenter of the section of valley, Geddes, we saw before, with the bioregional connection inside and outside of the metropolitan city of Florence. Of course, we don't think that all the relationship is inside, but we have to think at the relationship outside that are always the bioregional relationship. Vai avanti. So we worked to find a deep morphological structure in the metropolitan area, and we designed all the metropolitan area. And here you have a relevant morphological texture. Vai avanti. And here is the differences with the historical settlement and the contemporary settlement. For instance, you see the plain in the left in your screen, and the little croix are the area for the infiltration water. And at the end of the 19th century, you see the plain where you don't have a lot of urbanization, because it was the very fragile area. And in the right, you see the actual situation, and is very dangerous, because, for instance, you have a lot of flood in this area, and you have a reduction of the possibility to have alimentary sovereignty. Avanti. We try to have an idea of historical local territorial systems, and here we see really a polycentrical systems. Vai avanti. We work with the actual conflict and the social design, and we see that in the plain we are a big round, because we have a lot conflict in this area, where we have a very slow level of quality of life, and around we have a lot of a network of new project in different kinds of typology, and we work with this. Bye-bye. This is an idea to have a new different bioregional shape, and this design it made from the Rob Tire design. And here we can see the Arno River, the Florence, and all different polycentric regions, and with a strong relationship between the different bioregion, but not to central bioregion. And the idea is to have the exchange from the mountains, hill, and the central bioregion. Vai, Elisa.
Ancora?
Scusa. This is the view of the territorial patrimony in the bioregion. And here we worked to design the settlement with different analyses, such as physical and morphological structure, the types of river networks, historical and contemporary settlement morphotypes, rural morphotypes, and urban morphotypes. So this is a interconnected design of our region. Vai avanti. And we try to identify different bioregion. This is the big bioregion of Florence and these mountains. Vai avanti. And as Agnés Sinai showed for Paris, we shared different components of the bioregional. Vai avanti. I show you some design of this with different components. Vai avanti. And we have a deep work with deep study in the north, in the mountains of the metropolitan city, and we work in the agro-eco mosaic to try to have a relationship with this and with ecosystem services. Vai avanti. We study different level of the territory and different design of morphotypology structure. Vai avanti. And we made a new model of ecosystem services, and this model start for territorial patrimony. This is our idea, that we have to study the patrimonial territorially to understand the relationship, to put in evidence the existence value, and only after to understand the resource, and after to understand the ecosystem services and ecosystem territorial. And only after this, we can try to understand what we can use as a resource and what we can use our ecosystem services. Avanti. And this is an idea to the relationship with the ecosystem services and the patrimonial of the territory. Avanti. We study different ecosystem services like bioregional energy self-sufficiency. Vai avanti. The same of the food self-sufficiency. Avanti. And we have different strategy, and we design this project with different level of strategies and different pilot project. vai avanti, but the interest things is that some of this project are continue after the research. Vai avanti. The first research is about the ecosystem services. The problem is how to maintain ecosystems to guarantee their magical atmosphere and recognize the otherness. What is this sentence? It means that before I have to recognize the ecosystems, I have to recognize the patrimonial territorial. I have to think that is something also different of the environment, the built environment. And the problem is also to avoid that the inner areas become the reservoir or the ecosystem services for the compensation of the urban activities. We wrote a book, is in Italian, but you can download this book and to see something of these questions. Avanti. Elisa Butelli do his doctoral thesis on this question, and she works in the boundary of metropolitan cities, and she work about the food balance, the supply and demand in the territory of Florentine metropolitan cities. And we know that all items are negative, even the oil. We are only one exception, is the wine. And we exceed about 340 cents in quantity, but you know that we are a big exporter for a wine. Avanti. We saw that to feed the inhabitants of Florentine metropolitan cities, it is necessary 2.5 metropolitan cities only to feed the inhabitant. We need 2 metropolitan cities and half. Avanti. But we saw that to feed the municipality of Florentine Plain, it is necessary almost 2 metropolitan cities. And at the end, we see... Vai avanti.
Daniela, scusami, qualcuno mi segnala che non vede la presentazione, vorrei verificare. Vedete tutti? Sorry, anyone can see the presentation at this moment? If not, please warn me. Ok, bene. Ok, vedo. Ok, puoi proseguire. Bene, grazie. Thank you. You can carry on. Thank you, Daniela.
Okay. So, but the particularly problem is that only to feed the city of Florence, only the city of Florence, it is necessary almost a metropolitan city and half. Avanti. So Florence is the whole countryside of the metropolitan city, and it's not enough. So it is really a big problem. Vai avanti. Elisa, for the thesis of the thesis of doctorate, thinks about a multi-level instrument. The first of the regional plan of agriculture that become from Europe, and this plan for us have to have a relationship with the provincial food plan. It means that you don't have to give resource in different way, but you have to have a relationship with the food local plan. And at the province level, we have a very important instrument. The first is the food atlas for the connaissance. The other is the local plan with some strategical action, and this strategical action is made from the table of the different people, association, and it needed of the participation. Vai avanti. So one other research is about the water, the ecosystem services for the integrated water service. And we work with Città Metropolitana of Florence and the Conservizi Cispel of Toscana. It is the confédération of the public services of Toscana. Vai avanti. And here we work always in the mountains of the metropolitan cities, is the Mugello, and because it's really a water reserve of the metropolitan cities, we have a lot of aquifer, a big reservoir like a Bilancino Lake. We have a river Sieve that arrive in river Arno. We have Panna and Palina springs. So it's a very relevant for the ecosystem services related to the water. Vai avanti. And here we have do a lot of analysis, but for me, it's very important that at the end, we made an integrated territorial project, territorial strategies linked to the water resource. This project is a project that will be integrated to the strategic plan for the metropolitan city. And what we do here, we, for instance, we think at the resource, the water resource, in different projects, and in the way to try to have a local economy and local people to be involved in this project. First are the agriculture. For instance, we work to incentivize the good agronomic practices. We think about the way to have a natural stock with the water, to have come si dice, wood, non so il nome, di alto fusto. We need, don't cut the trees, because if we have a lot of wood, the tree can stock the water and can put the water inside. We think the way to have, for instance, the spugna, oddio, sponge, the sponge cities and the small cities in all the Mugello. We think, for instance, at the Eco Museum for the water from the reservoir of the Bilancino Lake in the Sieve River and to the Florence, and we can see and we can have a diffusive culture in all people and in all touristical person. And we have also, for instance, the wood of infiltration for the recharge from the artificial recharge of the falda. Vai avanti. And we can see the different action of the requalification. And for me, this is really a way to have a bioregional project. It means to have an integrate bioregional local project. Vai avanti. I am in the conclusion. We see, for instance, a project in the Brenta with the artificial recharge of the aquifer, and we use the same best practices, vai avanti, in Mugello, and we see the integrated project in the Sieve River to have a infiltration forest in this area. And we see the different role of ecosystem services, but in these different roles, you have always the agriculture that can do directly this project. Avanti. For the conclusions, for me, is essential to reinsert the city of the cities when we are in urban area, or the polycentric system within the vital matrices to regain form and function through the ecosystem flows. It is necessary to have to link economic planning and to economic program, European, national, and regional, to the integrated territorial project, as this one that I show you, which build, measure, and interconnection with the networks of local actors. And the last strategic vision with the ecosystem services, because for me it's a very important issues, but could be a problematic one too. For me, it's essential to activate local economy is linked to ecosystem services without commodifying ecosystems. So yes to the economic evaluation, no to the economic exchange between ecosystem services and other public services like school, post office, etc. Yes to remuneration of the management of ecosystem services in the mountain and in the area by general remuneration. Thank you very much. Excuse me for my English that is not very good.
Thank you, Daniela. No problem for your English, absolutely. And thank you also for your presentation, very detailed. And I really shortly can highlight at least 2 points from your presentation, how you, on the drawing on your experience, we can learn how it is important to deal with the current institutional framework. The originality of your experience, I guess, could be referred to this aspect because it entails a strong strive for innovation in planning practices, but also in policies set up. The other aspect that you were stressed is the role of the heritage as a mixed nature and human construct, and according how it is impossible to consider ecosystem services as other than these kind of constructs, and how it is necessary to conceive the project and the transformation of the built environment jointly with the increase of ecosystem quality of our settlement framework. So thank you, and I guess we'll return on this aspect afterwards. Thank you, Daniela. And the last presentation of the morning is proposed by, we asked Camilla Perrone to speak about another important experience that is ongoing in this period, this moment. Just we can say it is at the outset, really, and that concern the strategic planning process, strategic spatial planning process that concern Roma Metropolitan municipal level of government. This is a process at the outset, but we, considering the importance and the peculiar nature of Roma regions, urban regions, we consider that it was worth to present and to discuss this kind of case. Camilla Perrone is a colleague, is an associate professor of urban and regional planning at the Florence department. She is director of the laboratory of critical planning and design in our department, and she is involved especially with the policies, planning policy studies, and participative planning process to set up different planning tools. And I'm pleased to leave the words to Camilla, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, David. Hello, everybody. Okay, I'm going to share my screen as the other ones. I hope to be
Sorry, Camilla, I forgot to say that you present the case of Metropolitan area of Rome because you are committed for the scientific coordination in about the different activity of research action in this field of activity. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you again, David. Yes, I'm going to present rethinking the Rome metro area as an urban region, and I have to say that what I'm presenting is a work at the very early stage. Actually, the Bioregion project is not there yet. It will be, and it is coordinated in particular by Professor Daniela Poli and Professor David Fanfani, who will develop all of the concepts already presented and maybe more in this work. So I will give just the framework within which, the institutional framework within which there is a chance for a bioregional project to be developed. I will do it just going step by step through these 6 points. First, I will shortly introduce the contingency for rethinking Rome metro area as an urban region. And in this case, is the strategic plan making for the entire metropolitan area. Then I will shortly portray Rome as post-metropolitan region, just to introduce the core challenge of this work, which of course has to do with the sustainable future of the Rome bioregion, strictly related, connected to the climate crisis and the pandemic. And I will then focus on what we are thinking about while exploring the right strategic approach to cope with the climate crisis and at the same time paving the way for a bioregional project for this region. Two ingredients of this work are transition and innovations as bioregional milestones, and anticipatory actions and some rhetorical or narrative inversions to unpack some stigmas that prevent policies and even local community from imagining an eco-territorial future for this area. I will conclude with the final remarks and open issues for the debate, because this is the very first time we are presenting this work to a wider audience, so it would be great to share some doubts and open issues with all you. Okay, so first point. The contingencies actually are three. The first one is the strategic plan for the post-pandemic recovery and the resilience of the Rome metro region, which is by law. And Daniela Poli already perfectly addressed this point. As you know, now we have an Italian law that make this strategic plan making by law obliged, which means that each metropolitan city authority, in this case, has to issue this kind of plan. The second contingency is the Metropolitan Agenda for Sustainable Development Making, which is another tool that recently Metropolitan City Authority in Italy have to prepare to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by UN Habitat. And in the same line, the European Green Deal and the Italian Strategy for Sustainable Development 2030. The third contingency, as you all know, is the Green, Resilient and Digital Recovery Policy within the framework of Next Generation EU that all of the institutions at any level have to take to embed into the policy making from now and ahead for 4 years. This strategic plan of the metropolitan city, as you imagine, involve a lot of research groups. The main one is this Bioregion research unit with Daniela Poli, David Fanfani, Claudio Saragossa, and Alberto Magnaghi as scientific supervisor of the concept. Other research laboratory of the University of Florence, mainly rooted in Prato, where this bachelor and master degree in planning, in regional and urban planning are offered. And we also work with local, Roman universities campus located in Rome, and some other professionals expert in specific fields. So a huge group of researchers, all working on the first Italian post-pandemic strategic plan. To do what? To cope with what's going on in Rome now. Rome is at the moment a multifaceted and variegated post-metropolitan region. We describe at the moment this territory like this. There is no way to introduce you properly to these huge and really complicated areas. And I'm sure that you can rely on some images from your media experiences or readings or whatever, because icons and storytelling and imaginaries, let's say, of Rome are very much spread out all over. So I ask you to go back to your imaginary about Rome, but also I would like to give you a few hints, highlights from a research, a national research funded by the ministry, concluded 2 years ago, exactly on this post-metropolitan description of the major urbanization processes in Italy placed in the this metropolitan areas, metropolitan region, greater urban regions, let's say. From this research coordinated by Alessandro Balducci, who, by the way, will give us some comments in the afternoon, Rome has been, beside Florence and many other cities, has been one of the most explored, let's say, city, due to the complexity of the socio-spatial relations that this place host. We interpreted the urbanization processes of the urban region, the metropolitan region, as extended urbanization, according to some very well established concept in the international literature, critically working on urbanization processes and the implication of capitalism and neoliberalism. At the same time, we focused on this dialectic between concentrated and extended urbanization, where still the monocentric, polarized metropolitan center is also coexists with the extended urban fabric through the region. Carlo Cellamare, the colleagues from Rome, La Sapienza, developed these concepts in his contribution in the book you can see here. The point I would like to stress more is that Rome is also a place where a huge amount of unauthorized settlements are displayed, and this make Rome similar in terms of problems to many Mediterranean metropolitan cities, and also cities, megalopolis from the global south. So very complex situation. One issue we all have been working on has been, is Rome a global city? Well, according to Saskia Sassen definition, we could say not that much. Instead, accordingly to more recent definitions by these scholars engaged with exactly post-metropolitan urbanization to define the transition, called like this to define the transition, and planetary urbanization, actually Rome can be defined as a global city where this extended urbanization is happened. Moreover, Rome is also, it is important with regard to Italy, a political capital of Italy, also a capital of Christianity, you know, the Vaticano, and it has never been an industrial city. Instead, it has been, and it is like this, a place where financial projects of real estate development prevail. So, and this make urbanization one of the engine of the Roman economy, something that associate Rome to the other global cities in this moment on the planet. From Daniela Poli initial stages of work with other scholars collaboration such as Budoni, so we presented this description of the region, the urban region of Rome, let's call it like this for now. And you see beside the commuting scheme on your left, then you see three images. One is representing the geohistorical matrices, the streams and levees of the territories. The other one in the center is representing the dense cities. And the last one, the third one on your right, is representing this figure, let's say morphological figure at the moment of extended urbanization, just to give you an idea of what kind of also materiality we are talking about, that of course embed flows of many kinds and complex social, socio-economic and spatial relations. Here, there is a series of images made by Fabio Lucchesi, who is responsible for the conceptualization of the representation of this of Rome as a bioregion. And these are the very initial graphics production, but it is a sequence just to make you focus on how this region has been constituted through the time so far, focusing as first on these high density settlements, adding medium density settlements, and see how many other low density settlements are actually distributed, extended throughout the region, that it's now taking a shape, which is at the moment apparently very much polarized towards the center, and with a lot, specifically in the south part, a lot of informal and unauthorized settlements, as I was saying before. Here you can see productive and commercial activities that start to, make linkages among things. And here, and look now, what's going to happen. You see green areas and an enormous amount of agricultural areas that characterize this region, and that at the same time, together with the natural areas and protected areas, are almost completely ignored by planning and policy making in this area, and especially they are kept out the metabolism of the city, which is actually not sustainable at all at the moment. Very briefly, sorry, I cannot stress it. What we are trying to do is go back, starting again the study of this area from the origin formation, in this case geological, of the area. As you see in the center, there is Rome. What organized this area is Tevere River and the basin of this river, with two volcanoes on the right and on the left that characterize the formation, with this particular formation that orientate in a way our very preliminary and first interpretation of how at least the first stage, the first layer, the geomorphological layer of our bioregion interpretation is being built at the moment. But Rome is much more, of course, and I use this wonderful pictures from a very famous and wonderful photographer who is Joel Sternfeld to depict how much layered and stratified and innovative in a way is this city, and the way in which people find a way to live with the past, making a step ahead in the future. Look at this. I don't have to stress with my comments, but it's something that stays in your eyes and you can comment on your own. And this is the agricultural areas we were looking in the maps, and how these areas dialogue or not dialogue at all with the built environment, which seems or it's intuitive to see how it's not really planned in a very sustainable way. Coexistence of many kind of things is there. So what to do? How to profile the challenge, okay, for a sustainable future of the Rome region, for making this step ahead from post-metropolis that describe this moment of transition to bioregion, okay? How to move through this route. This is what we are trying to reflect about. And for sure, we think we need to respond to the climate crisis, considering a part of the same problem, two things that usually are kept separated in policymaking. And these are the fight against socioeconomic and spatial inequalities, and on the other side, a positive action, the support for the ecological transitions of economies and territories. So we think that while working towards the ecological transitions, in our case with this bioregional approach, we also find a way to contain and at the very end to solve the socioeconomic and spatial inequalities. It's a very, very fundamental concept, I think, also of a bioregional thinking. To do this, we need a new strategic, or a renewed at least, strategic plan making, especially in Italy, where a number of strategic plans have been made according to the law with rhetorical results, most of them. Okay, so the challenge there is, as we know, very inspirational and conceptual, as has been already said for the Ile-de-France strategic approach, bioregional approach, is this new climate regime, as Bruno Latour defined in his work. And we have to take this responsibility, as Eleanor Ostrom say, to change our relation with the planet and start considering the Earth as an actor of a plane in which we have to act in a sustainable way. We think that the experiment for the metro region of Rome can contribute to this discourse of changing the way in which we find a new pact, a new contract with the Earth, and also a way to reframe the two fundamental components of the climate crisis: the ecological, understood as reduction of the planet habitability, and the social, which is increasing gaps and inequality, etc. So we want to recombine these things within a political ecology perspective, which is exactly what Latour is suggesting in his down-to-earth politics in the new climate regime. And this is the theoretical, conceptual background we put in our work to move forward in a very concrete case, which is the case of Rome. As I said before, we need maybe new tools for approaching this institutional strategic planning. And problems to cope with includes highly complex situations like pandemic, of course, uncertainty, ecological and environmental transition, a new move towards relocalization strategies, like stressed by Paolo Perulli recently in his book Passaggio al Nuovo Mondo. We also try to avoid the machinery of the most strategic plans produced in this moment by the institutions. The machinery is the strategic planning as a machinery means a plan that includes a linear sequence of strategies, goals, actions, something that not really embed the uncertainty, not really embed the idea of interaction with the many actors, including the Earth, in a place. This is an approach more managerial than bioregional, under our opinion. And so we stress this idea of working with the intelligence of society and of kept out the potential of the territory, the local resources, which are social, which are of course spatial and also economic. Something that you all have been talking about this morning in your presentation. Another question we are exploring is how to combine the vision which is a long-term bioregional vision with the need for selectivity, which is a crucial issue in strategic planning, which means not leaving behind something, but putting everything in the right timing. Timing is crucial in strategic planning, also in the bioregional approach. So finding the right place for doing what is another important issue. Characteristics that we have found in the literature recently published on this topic by the expert in the field, the most expert in the field, Balducci, Albrecht, Sillier, etc., are these four. Strategic planning is co-production, which means creating an arena for the treatment of a plurality of interests, values, powers, and conflict. Strategic planning as a radical way to organize the relationship between all the actors and make it possible for their identities, traditions, and values to emerge, make it possible for the bottom-up innovation to meet institutional policies, and so forth. Strategic planning as activator of condition of becoming collective, so to boost the collective learning and strategic networking and local actions, and strategic planning as strategic navigation, which means offer a genuine possibility, in Hillier words, of experimentation for actants to internally generate and direct their own projects, which in other terms means local development. So we are working with this conceptual part to define our strategic approach and go ahead in our work to pave the way for the bioregional approach to root in this institutional work on the strategic planning. Time, as I said before, in this is crucial. The long-term horizon is clear. It's the bioregional, and it's where this sustainable and eco-territorialist futures, in Magnagi's terms, will develop. But we have to prepare this future, okay? And to do that, we have to take the short and the intermediate horizon, which means managing transitions and make it emerge the energies of the territory through social innovations and local development. Long-term vision, as I said, is the one of designed in this idea of bioregionalism, and in particular by an idea of cosmopolitan regionalism. We said that Rome is a global city, so bioregional sensibility in Thomas Shaw's interpretation should develop ways of exploring spatial and temporal relationships that show the connections between place-based knowledge and global environmental change, the interdependence of local ecology and global economies, and so forth. Moreover, bioregionalism should speak to the transient as well as the rooted. So these are some at least in this case, my opinion, but of course it is put at the discussion with you expert in the bioregional approach. It's crucial in places where these strong tensions towards the global and the local reactions are very evident and can address or affect the development of a bioregional projects. But of course, it's for us to discuss. In this sense, Daniela, Poli, and David Fanfani are working on a sort of conceptualization of the bioregional project for Rome. I'm sure they are already ahead in this reflection, and so I just mention what they are doing, and they have the chance later on to add, comment, and enrich this very short mentioning. But this work is inspired by the ones presented by Agnés on the Bioregion 2050 for the Ile-de-France. And it is, of course, addressed for civilization and care of the territory, with an idea of combining polycentrism of bioregions with a policy for city-country pacts or agreement and city-river agreements. Of course, everything infrastructured by ecological and in Daniela Poli's terms, territorial services, okay? So they are at the beginning of the work, and I'm sure that within 1 year they will be able to show us a very interesting work on it. But I said that we have to work also in the present, okay, for making the long-term vision possible. And for doing that, we had to choose for another theoretical inspiration regarding transition and transformative innovation. And this inspiration comes from Dirk Lorbach, who is a very expert in transition studies, who plays a very useful, under my opinion, useful definition of innovation and transition, useful within the bioregional approach, I think. He defined transition management as a new strategic governance approach for sustainable development, which is the final goal of every move we take. And innovation as something that shape the local sustainability initiatives that seek to advance a social or just local economy, low consumption lifestyle, democratic and renewable energy system, regional sustainable food systems, or living and building in harmony with nature. It seems designed as a concept for our bioregional approach. So it seems give us some inputs for looking at certain kind of practices that in a way constitute the potential for the bioregional projects to flourish, to develop. We already are working in these directions with the help of another group of researchers, Avanzi and Claudio Calvaresi, looking for geography of social innovation. Again, it's a very preliminary stage of work, but it's very interesting to see how we have been looking for practices of innovation and change in the field of service for communities, work and mobility, ways of living, caring for and living public spaces, individual and collective well-being, etc. But also looking for experimental, hybrid, and multidimensional practices that also have a very territorial and local, even spatial impact. We also look for initiatives with different promoters, associations, cooperatives, universities, enterprises, even public administrations, why not, like the initiative of civic centers, for example, but also look for implicit public policies, practices that can work or just work like implicit public policies, which are like gold in our work towards a sustainable bioregional project. And we also look for practices that deal with the adaptation of the city to COVID-19 conditions, which is something very much interesting, but we are not ready to talk about it yet. We'll also include in this exploration local development practices through agricultural or practices of multifunctionality in agriculture, and we include agricultural parks, rural biodistricts, practices of reuse of unused public lands, and you see again in this map how much is the agricultural land in this area. This is the work by La Sapienza, Carlo Cellammare, with his research of group. An ingredient which is crucial for strategic planning in its radical approach, and I think also from what I studied and heard from your work in bioregional planning, anticipatory actions are crucial to make evident the possibility for a different metabolism of a territory. And in this case, we did an anticipation. We already worked on the food plan. Also in our case, we started from food. Food has been mentioned many times this morning. Also in this case, food is the first move in this moment, and I think it's very significant, and particularly for this area, because as you see in the central map, the amount of food desert is really huge. Compared, but very interested if compared with the alternative food network, which is emerging on the one side, and on the other side, the problems of food accessibility. The darker red on your left show problems in food accessibility. So working on this, and there are a lot of data behind these images made by Davide Marino from CUSA and Università del Molise. Basing on this work, we are addressing a strategy of circular economy, anchored to food, to the concept of food accessibility and food sovereignty. And this is the first move towards a bioregional future. At this stage, and working in this direction, we are trying to put in a sort of mind map at the moment, nothing really structured, it's just a mind map, and a number of strategies that allow us to enter this region from different angles, okay? And from each of these angles, we try to meet this idea of bioregions. While doing this, and you can guess, although it's in Italian, some names I'm not going to read. While doing this, we adopted what I called strategies of inversion. So we started changing the narratives around Rome and the metropolitan area, the metropolitan region of Rome, from the words, okay? From the way in which addressed the work with the institutions, and from the way we addressed our research in this field. Not just the research of the Bioregion research group, the research of all the group, okay, which is not that simple to align all to one discourse. And so our work has been this, changing, reversing the urban-rural divide, as has been explained in our work before, into the description, the narrative of urban regions, according to what Fanfani said, that the urban bioregion is a coevolution between the urban and the rural domain, or rather this morning, coevolutionary system of nature and culture, or Daniela, Poli in his work on ecosystem service as eco-territorial services, etc., etc. And you can read the quotation from Magnaghi and others. Again, second, reversing the institutional approach to the territory, which is dividing. From the one side, they put metro city in the way Daniela Poli explained as something polarized and detached from the bioregional relationship around, versus inner areas, the less inhabited areas in the territory. So changing this divide into territorial services. Again, changing the Borgate stigma, I think it's very well known. It's this periphery with just a condominium for sleeping in the night, with no public spaces and services in Rome, where a number of movies, Nanni Moretti and others, Mani sulla città, for example, have been done in the past. So we want to change the stigma, moving from the idea of Borgate to an idea of suburban constellation, where settlements are polynucleated and defined by innovation of living and producing. We want to change also this idea of smart city into actually not changing, but reverting to the idea of smart land as a land of social construction of the territory, which includes ecological, economic, and social flows. Then we want to change the idea of having to do with territorial fragility into the idea of looking for the specificity, the resources of the territories that can put at work, can be put at work for boosting a sustainable metabolism of the territory that is based on the existence values, as was saying Daniela, and also on the heritage of these territories. And finally, we want to change this idea of concentrated cities, which is very much attached to the idea of sociocultural polarization and also the reality, unfortunately, and the unsustainable tourism, into an idea of extended hospitality, a region of extended hospitality for migrants, a sustainable tourism, and different kind of inhabitants. At the moment, we labeled this operation Metropoli Capitale Naturale, Metropolis Natural Capital, which seems reductive. Of course it is, but it's just a strategy, again, in the name, in the words, to make people, to drive people to think in a completely different way to this region, which has been characterized by stones, monumentum, borgate, and things like this. So it's a way just to say, okay, stop thinking of the Rome as you have been so far, just enlarge your view to the region and put ahead a different kind of angle. It's just a word, it's just a message for the wider public who is not really raffinated or expert in this field. To do that, we need, because I'm concluding, to do that, we need to interact and take into account that this operation is not just research, but it's a response to institutions.
So we need you go to synthesize the last part of your presentation.
Sì, sto chiudendo. I'm closing down, just 2 words to finish. And to do that, we have to make it possible for this effort, which is scientific and conceptual, to meet the need for the municipality to do a number of institutional instruments together, as I said at the beginning. So making a convergence between policy, funding, and timing. And this is part of my one of my main critical remarks, which is how to combine this effort around building a bioregional project of this region, which asks for time, with the urgency of the institutions to allocate, for example, the recovery fund, and how to subtract this complex effort, which is fundamental for the change of this area, a trap of the machinery, as I said before, of traditional strategic plan making. These are the main issues that I put into the debate and ask for comments. So thank you very much, and sorry for having taken too much time.
Thank you, Camilla. Thank you so much, because I imagine it is very difficult to present in a compact way committing experience and task. It is, I guess, it is very interesting. Highlights how to cope with the bioregional inversion strategy of a region, urban region like Rome. It entails also a strong endeavor in terms of institutional innovation. Your presentation very good led us to appreciate this dimension of complexity in construction and setting up of new innovative policy tools, especially related to spatial planning, in a context where, I guess, unlike other metro region experience, the history of the city is not so strongly related to its surrounding regions, because since the ancient history, Rome was a global city with sometimes weak short relationship, and a strong long-haul relationship. So it is very interesting and So we will have to deal together with these commitments. So thank you. We just finished the morning presentation. Now the program foreseen for a moment of debates that will be introduced and carried on by Carlo Pisano. And just before Carlo proposed us a survey of some issues that was raised during the morning presentation, I just point out some very short bullet about that relates to the bioregional debates concerning big urban realities. The first one is the role of planning that also in the presentation of about Rome turns out to be conceived not only as a spatial and a physical tool to change the built environment, but also as a communicative, as having a strong communicative and discursive dimension, and that resonates among other contributions, the contribution of Richard Norgard, that in past an environmental economist claimed for the recovery of a discursive capacity and discursive community in passing from a fossil energy regime to a more localized and renewable energy regime. Furthermore, related to that, the role of stakeholders and inhabitants that needed to be involved in order to produce that kind of planning that Benton McKay called revelative activities. That is not only to define the planning as not definitory and spatial design activity, but also as a way to discover the long-lasting heritage, the inner heritage in terms of energies, in terms of intellectual energies, in terms of material endowments that can create the opportunity, the condition for local endogenous development. These are only two of some important points that, according to me, raised up during the presentation. And so now I pass the word to Carlo to introduce shortly these themes and survey. And after the intervention of Carlo, we leave the attendees the possibility to pose some questions and consideration, hoping that we are trying to close at least at 1:45. Thank you. Just to remember that Carlo Pisano is a researcher, a young and very bright researcher at our planning department, and he is especially committed with activity in urban design, and he had an international experience in many parts of Europe. Thank you, Carlo.
To you, David. I think I will be quite brief. I will try to let's say somehow go through the several presentations, trying to highlight some points which I think can help in defining or let's say better preparing the afternoon session. I particularly, I would say, appreciated the fact that of this inversion of logic, so that the logical order, that maybe it was not something that was thought in advance, but I think it's somehow the decision to start with the conference with a series of case studies in which, let's say, the theory of the bioregional thinking was applied in a series of European territories. I think it was it created a very interesting, let's say, series and sessions of case studies. So in which actually the pure theory starts to be adjusted in different contexts, but also it became blurred in to a certain extent. No? So it's lose a little bit the precision of the theory. And so for the viewer, somehow it shown a very dynamic, somehow, palimpsest of, or let's say, series of example and application. But on the other side, I think it opened really the needs for this afternoon to clarify really the main point and to distinguish somehow what, I mean, the bioregional thinking from maybe other theories. I think this can be a very good contribution, and I'm looking forward for this afternoon session. I would like to recall some of the main concepts that have been presented this morning. I think what in general emerged is that Bioregional City is a project. No, I think is a project which requires a strong effort of imagination, of test, of cooperation, to become feasible, somehow to become real. I think it's still working here. So somehow I think Rosário, Oliveira, Alexandra Almeida for the Lisbon case, but also Roselyne de Lestrange for the Brussels, showed us that it conceived somehow, it is related to the intertwine between human and rural realm without a proper or clear hierarchy, no? Based on a series of circular network. In their case, they particularly spotted the food network. It was actually probably the most relevant network that they highlight. Then Agnés Sinai, through the use of the scenario constructions, expressed the potential of the Ile-de-France to become a bioregional territory, starting from the rearrangement of the redistribution of population, somehow reframing not only the offer of, in this case, of a series of food network, but also of energy and so on, but also different forms of demands of these supplies. Then Elisa Butelli showed us a vision for the proposal of the Aquitania territory through the lenses of bioregional projects related to the deep understanding of the long-lasting traces that are structuring somehow the territory. So in her presentation, I think it was really important and came out very, very well, very, very strongly the necessity to find out these long-lasting traces in this thinking. Then Daniela Poli highlighted the role of ecosystem and eco-territorial services in a specific territory and in a concrete planning instrument. I think this was this makes the study both of Daniela but also of Camilla Perrone after a very complex study, so a theory which is applied to real territory that has to be somehow embedded or inserted into a real planning instruments. I think this connection makes the theory really, I mean, test very, very heavily, I mean, the theory. And this relationship shows somehow actually the administration borders of the metro city of Florence, in the case studies of Daniela Poli, are not at all useful to define the bioregion because food, she showed also deep water, energy, all of these aspects have a different context, no? Opening biorelations that go way beyond the administrative limits, no? Of the metropolitan cities in her case. I think this just jumped into my mind, the work of Benton McKee, that while studying the Pittsburgh plan, he recalled how the trace of the water networks of the city had to be somehow researched or find out in a drainage basin which was stretching over 4 states, so hundreds of miles away from the city. So actually the city itself was only a tiny spot on a map of the city plan, and I think this relationship of understanding, let's say, the different networks of the different systems, I think it was very, very well highlighted by the presentation of Daniela. And then lastly, Camilla showed us, I think, the beginning of a very interesting study of the Metropolitan plan of post-metropolitan region of Rome, looked through or from a bioregional gaze. She highlighted the challenges that bioregional thinking and acting is able to face. And I think while working, and that's also a very important point that she stressed, while working in the ecological transition, let's say, through apply, let's say, this bioregional thinking, they set also the objective to find a way to overcome social and economical inequalities. So I think those links, those elements let's say, was somehow present in all the presentation, and I think make somehow a very important ground of the bioregion. So I think after, let's say, these rich case studies, it will be very interesting to have an afternoon sessions in which some dominant aspects of the bioregional city will be set, and also I think it's important to somehow build a common understanding of what a bioregional city is and could be in our fields. I think it's a time now to open for some questions, if there are any.
Thank you, Carlo. You can continue if you want to manage about the debate, and we wishfully hope that there are some questions and reflections. We have some minutes to share with among us.
On the comments, I don't see anybody.
In the meantime, please, Giulia, prego.
Hello. I'm sorry that Dr. Lestrange is not here anymore. I was very interested by her suggestion about thinking networks instead of perimeters, and particularly about her insight about the separation between nature and agriculture. And I think how this might be connected on one hand with Daniela Poli's reference to the agro-eco-mosaic, and how this could, like, how this separation between agriculture and nature would contribute to how do we define, for example, infiltration forests, which she referred to in her presentation. And going back to the idea again of thinking networks instead of perimeters, I think this could also be a good strategy for the kind of inversion that Camilla Perrone referred to. So I just wanted to suggest these reflections and to trigger some comments from the speakers or anybody else. Thank you.
You, Giulia, and maybe Roselyne or Camilla and Daniela want to add some things to this solicitation.
I don't know if Roselyne is not here. Maybe I can try to answer.
She had to go. She has to go. Yeah.
It's for me, it's a very important questions, because when we speak about territory, of course, we speak about a human product. You have manipulation, and you can see that the nature doesn't exist anymore. But two questions. First is that if you want to have a bioregional approach, and if you want to have a new rules, you have to understand how the nature are its own rules. This is the first. I have to think that I use something that is not totally artificial. So I need to understand first. I need to understand the natural way and the manipulated way. These rules. It's really important. And when I speak about agro-eco mosaic, it means that the agricultural as the second nature, because they use the natural rules to transform it. So they are the fundamental relationship. But the last one is that in this moment, Anthropocene moment, Agnés Sinai spoke about this. We have transformed maybe too much, and in some times maybe we can say there I want to do that. I want that remain some spontaneous place. Gilles Clément spoke about this. Or sometimes, if you have some wood, maybe in some way, in some place, you can see there I don't want to cut. It is a new important relationship because it is ethic relationship. I have to know the natural rules, and I have to understand. I have to understand how to manipulate it. But sometimes I can see, okay, this is always the territory, but I have the place where in some ethic way I see there it is spontaneous place. I don't know if I answer. Giulia. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, to underline how it's interesting, we many of us this morning quote Benton McKay legacy, and I guess it is interesting how he redefined human settlement concerning flows and that overcome administrative and cultural borders, and according with the vision where he finds out three different realities: the wild, the rural, and the urban, but not conceived as distinct reality, but a strong relationship, not divided between them, but in a relationship, but well pointed out in order to different kind of regimes of life. I guess it is very interesting, this kind of approach that is very inspiring also for, not only for bioregionalists, but also, for instance, for urban scientists like Michael Beatty. Thank you. I don't know if are there some other questions? Maybe you are tired. I fully understand you. Maria Rosario.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, I just would like to add some some more notes on the question, and maybe mostly a general comment, sharing some kind of joy, in the sense of that it was a great morning that we had here. From my perspective, I think we were very much aligned on our ideas. Of course, that we are using different concepts or different terminology, but in the end of the morning, I got the feeling that we are implied. We are more than not implied, but we are committed in a way to make the transition to our metropolitan areas based more or less on the same kind of ideas and the same kind of strategies. So I think it was also a nice way to celebrate the World Landscape Day. We celebrated today. So this kind of sharing these ideas make me feel really glad for finding such a big number of colleagues and projects going on in Europe, and it was really a pleasant morning. So I think that we could almost make a kind of glossary when we put all our presentations together, a kind of glossary to face the transition in the metropolitan areas, because the richness of our visions and the perspectives are so that it would be like interesting to sing in some possibility like that. But apart from that, maybe one of the things that I paid more attention was on the models or the experiences that we can find in those different initiatives in what concerns governance. So I think that from the creativity point of view, we are here in a kind of pool of people and researchers and different kind of entities, very rich. So we are really producing some new thoughts on that. But maybe also because one of our main concerns and challenges in Lisbon currently is on how coordinate all these ideas and strategy towards a very practical implementation. So what is for me a kind of a gap in the different processes, ongoing processes, is how to coordinate all of these. And maybe this is a very specific topic, but for instance, and getting back to the question that it was presented, I don't remember exactly who made the question, sorry, but I found very interesting this transition between or this transformation between networks. To use more networks instead of perimeters, or polygons or whatever. So it's a big shift. It's a big change to do, but it implies some kind of robust governance capacity in order to make this shift. But I think the shift we need to do is exactly in this direction. So it was mostly my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosario. There is Camilla that have hang up
Yes,
his hand.
also Agnés, I can see her hand.
Agnés, okay.
Well, just briefly, because while many things have been said, especially by Maria do Rosario, now that I agree very much about her comment, and exactly this issue of the limit of governance compared to the conceptual advancement of this bioregional project is, I think, a crucial point, and it is also part of my concerns while doing this strategic plan for Rome, because there is a huge gap between the step ahead with these concepts and the ability of the institutions to manage this. Because they all the day, I'm in touch with them, and they force me to go back to the linear approach, to these limits, even borders, etc., and I have to stop that. So, and I can understand them, because now they have to allocate resources from the recovery fund, and they need perimeters. They need regions perfectly defined. They need places where to put things, just generally speaking. Okay, so they have this problem, and they have the problem to do many things at the same time, because they have too many tools, too many lines of funding, and they are not able to combine. On the other side, there is our work, which is conceptual, which is deep, which is a risk, because if you work through networks instead of borders, then you have to take the risk that the border is not coming where you are expecting, or it's not coming at all, because the process is leading. The interaction between human and non-human, it is leading. This is what Latour is saying, and this Anthropocene discourse is saying. Okay, so there is non-human in this interaction. So, and many interests needs to be combined, and this produces the bioregion. It's not the contrary. So, and this is risky for the institutional side. So there is a huge discourse to do, because, for example, I'm very much interested in this institutional policy and the way in which they actually don't meet this research effort. But I think now is the momentum. If we don't find now the way to reunite the needed effort, which is conceptual and concrete in the places, with these institutional actions, I think we have completely failed our work as planners and also as planners who work in policymaking. So this is my comment on this.
Thank you, Camilla. Please, Agnés.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, I just wanted to thank you, David, and the organizers, and also to share with you my joy and pleasure to hear your interventions this morning, to see Daniela again, and to have this feeling that we are not alone. And as Maria stressed, we must relate to each other and share our task force, because what I feel in France, and particularly in the Grand Paris area, is a real lack of democracy. So we have wonderful projects, but no interlocutor to introduce our project to political, administrative, Grand Paris instances. So that's the paradox now with this project of Métropole du Grand Paris. It totally lacks democracy. That's just what I wanted to share with you, and I look forward to coming back this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Agnés. Thank you so much. If are there some other comments or questions? I am aware that we are tired because it's a long time. We had this morning. We began. If you want, I can say that we are going to finish this morning, but it seems me that there are the condition to further enhance our let's say bioregional relationship network, and especially also considering the other experience that will be presented in the afternoon, I guess we can maintain our contacts and exchange relationship, and maybe also looking forward to structure in such anyhow this kind of network. And I really thank you for your presence, for your so worth experience, because they are deeply rooted in the reality of your context, and because they strive to cope with very not easy sometime contextual condition as we are doing to do. And so I guess we can take the commitment to maintain our context, and for as first thing we are thinking to collect your presentation in our courses website in such a way that the many people that participate this morning could be able to deepen, to further reflect on your contribution. And so I guess we can stop here, but if are there some other proposal of collaboration and further ideas, we are here. So Carlos suggests me to wish you good lunch, and but we hope that some of you are able to join us also in the afternoon when we will the session with mainly Anglophone colleagues and from England, and but I guess it will be a very interesting moment as well, and that to be conceived as a whole with this morning works. And along with that, I really thank you, first of all, the speakers, my colleagues at the University of Florence, and the technicians of our university and faculty, because without them it would be not possible to organize and to carry on this initiative. And thank you for the people that have participated, and I hope they find out some interesting hints. And so I hope to meet you, most of you, this afternoon. Thank you so much, really.
Have a good lunchtime. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you later. At what time, David? 3?
The afternoon session is foreseen in a 4 time.
Okay, perfect.
At 4 and with the same link.
Perfect.
Thank you so much again. Have a good lunch. Well, I guess we can begin. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to our North American colleagues. And we are here after the morning session of this international seminar and webinar about bioregional planning. This morning we exposed the opportunity to hear about some metro city and cities experience of let's say bioregional-like planning. I am happy to welcome this afternoon, especially our not from Florence speakers like Rob Tyre from USA, California. Hi, Rob. Joe Ravets from Manchester University, and Alessandro Balducci from Milan Polytechnic, that was willing to help us in some critical reflection about our approach. And finally, Alberto Mataran-Ruiz, our friend and colleague from Granada University, that shared with me the endeavor to edit a book about bioregional planning and design. Obviously, welcome to other colleagues and attendees from other university and are part of the world. We are happy to hold this moment as a federative moment, or as one of the federative moments that we are trying to set to enhance an international network of activists, scholars, researchers that are trying to share their own experience about bioregional approach in spatial planning and built environment transformation. I begin the program of this afternoon foreseeing an introductive speech on behalf of me and Alberto Mataran. I play also the role of the chair because my colleague Daniela Poli is in this moment in a place where the connection with the network, internet network, it is not so good. So she preferred to leave me this duty, this commitment, and she apologized for that. But she is going to follow our works and activities this afternoon. And then I can also anticipate you a little changement of program because Alberto Magnaghi, the founder, let's say, of the territorial school, sent us prepared his presentation, but it is not able to join us this afternoon because some health care that he had to undergo, and he was unable to skip. So Alberto asked kindly and warmly apologize with us, and he hope there will be soon another opportunity to share with you his contribution. I'll try just to shortly expose his presentation, but in a very synthetic way and without the ambition to present with the same clearness and the same deep his work. We hope we have some other opportunity in the future, even if his approach and proposal is clearly presented in his chapter in our me and Alberto Mataran book on bioregional planning published by Springer. So I am going, after these premises, I'm going to begin with my presentation that I'll share with Alberto Mataran as well. I hope you can see the presentation. Just to introduce the discussions and your thoughts that will be surely worth to discuss. We introduce the afternoon session with some reflection that we aimed to frame our approach, our key elements of bioregional position related to spatial planning, especially referring to also to the European context. The book that we edited with Alberto is aimed to represent both theoretical basis and features of bioregional planning and design, but also some ongoing experience that even if without globally referring to the theoretical and very polymorphic nature of the bioregional approach can be acknowledged as containing some important elements of this approach. So in that context, the book Inspiration and Goals is primarily aimed to a mutual knowledge exchange, especially bridging the gap between different and North American, European cultural and research action context, but tapping especially into some common legacy, like as the legacy referred to Patrick Guedes' evolutionary approach to city region and to a balanced relationship between settlements, development, and resources use. And that comparing international example and exploring the nature of a possible Mediterranean bioregionalism. Furthermore, we aimed to deepen some common key issues aimed to foster and guide the transitional century, intended as a century of transition between fossil fuel regimes and to a more renewable energy-based model of economic development model, that in terms of bioregional terms to tackle with resources scarcity and global warming effects. Finally, pointing out the co-evolutionary nature of the bioregional discourse, especially in the spatial planning and design field, recovering and stressing some basic concepts like co-evolution, urban bioregionalism, food shed, urban-rural interface, and metabolism bioregional fairness, also encompassing energies matter. In this approach, obviously, we are facing some challenges respect to which we consider a bioregional approach an helpful prospect and tools of and guide for action, especially comparing with and coping with the current unsustainable development trends related especially to resources, energy, fossil and minerals resources, depletion and ecosystem disruption, as well as social unfairness and polarization that happen in worldwide dimension, not only in urban context, but also in peripheral and rural regions. Urban settlements are the main, considering that urban settlements, especially global city regions, are the main drivers in entail these effects as foci of the reproduction of a fourth wave of capitalism accumulation process. And with the process related to the model of a creative destruction of this capitalism approach and process. And finally, considering that regional metropolis, even though they cover only 3% of Earth's surface and sum up some 50% of world population, that also encompassing not strictly urban dense regions, they account for some of from 60 up to 80% of energy consumption and 75% of greenhouse gases emissions. Other points of challenges refers to what Polanyi refers to as an economic productive system that is based on commodification and mobilization, worldwide mobilization of land, considered also like as nature, world, then social relationship and financial capital. And settlement turns a situation where settlements turns out being totally disembedded from their surrounding region and places of references. Moreover, urbanization assumes in this context a planetary dimension that goes far beyond this proximity to urban fabric, and goes to affect also places far from the settlements taken as such. Finally, it entails a relocalization process that calls for a new relanding on Earth, according to Latour metaphors, and conceiving this relocalization and relanding as a political and socio-economic practical perspective to guide action, and not only in terms of sectoral approach in planning. In this vision, we try to feature some elements that can represent key elements for planning equipped to deal with the transition in the bioregional framework. We can refer to some important element of the bioregional heritage. Despite these fully polyphonic origins, bioregionism focus on some shared issues, and among those, the first one is re-inhabiting places as a guiding concept and practice that, according to the deep features of places, either in terms of living, not living, and cultural components, supports sense of belonging to places as community process aimed to protect commons and along with basic needs and spiritual fulfillment. Then conceiving nature and culture as two mutually complementary dimensions of human life needed to support human and settlement development, triggering and supporting self-relied regional economies embedded in places and cooperative exchange between places and regions. And finally, promoting a not hierarchical, federative and bottom-up form of governance, as well cooperative, cosmopolitan bioregionalism versus localism, as based on the shared awareness of the values of the commonplaceness of human condition. Then we can think that these kind of elements are not the position of only of the isolated movement, but most of them are currently recovered and encompassed in many documents, also of international and public bodies that focus on human development and settlement planning and resources policies. Among them, we can recall, for instance, the goal to enhance urban and rural linkages for sustainable planning, that is one of the focuses of the UN Habitat strengths of reflection and politics studies, and then promoting a city region food system for food security, provision and fairness, like the studies and the action promoted by FAO in a worldwide prospect. Then some European policies like the biodiversity and farm-to-fork EU strategies based on local ecosystem and local biodiversity protection. Then we can mention, afterwards we refer some of them, manifold experience and alliances of food planning inspired by a principle of fairness and ecosystem regenerative farming, especially in peri-urban areas that give birth to food communities and pacts or organic districts and food shed based reframed initiatives. So at this point, to deepen some of these elements, I leave the speech to my colleague Alberto Materan. Please, Alberto, I can switch the slides when you ask me.
Ok, grazie mille David, grazie a tutti a Firenze per l'invito. Thank you David, thank you all for this invitation, for organizing this webinar. I'm happy to be here with you and to keep on discussing the bioregional questions, also with all the panelists that we have this afternoon, morning, wherever the people are. And so we've been discussing some of these things on this webinar we had organized by the University of Manchester last June. So we're keeping discussing them with some new elements that could be interesting to develop this bioregional network you were talking about before. I was talking about four main questions that are pushing now the debate on the local and the global side. So I will talk about them shortly. So the first one is the overall dispute, the common and probably non-ended conflict between the interest on relocalization, which is all the time in the presentations today, the idea of relocalizing everything, trying to reorganize our systems in terms of reducing this globalization that is destroying our planet, our environment. But this interest in relocalization is always in conflict with these increasing pressures of the global markets, as well as the socio-environmental transitions that are going on with these local experiences. And these bioregional experiences we've been talking today are always in conflict with this corporate-driven transitionally colonialism, as we said. In this case, we understood that the global agenda has now is concerned about the problems of climate change and the problems of scarcity of resources, or increasing scarcity of resources such as oil and other fossil fuels and minerals, right? So all these that is now in the agenda is producing, increasing all these tensions. And in this case, is producing a transition that we don't need and that we don't want, which is a global transition that could only be a transition for the elite, for those people who are leading the planet, and that they think that they can keep on consuming, that they can keep on doing the same thing in a century where the resources that we have been using will not be available anymore. And this is also impossible, as we all know, but it is not easy to argue that. Joe will talk about it, I believe, because he's going to be in Glasgow in the climate summit, so there will be these discussions over there. And we have already seen the leaks of the last climate change panel in the last summer, talking about the problems of the business as usual solution that are normally attended by this global agenda, and the need to the growth mainly in the global north. So this is all the time these questions, and those are framing the experiences we've been seeing in the whole day, and the experiences we are working on with this bioregional approach. Can you pass to the next slide, please, David? Thank you. So in this case, the final conflict we find is a conflict between the self-sufficiency or food or self-determination, which is also related, for example, with food sovereignty, versus the idea of land grabbing, extractivism, or dependency or colonialities, which is the main characteristic of this modern global capitalist system. In this case, for me, it's quite interesting to understand that in our bioregional projects, we are always within this conflict. There are some projects that are doing quite well, but probably we are now thinking in some challenges that are above our possibilities, which is something that probably always occurs. But I'm not sure I'm not sure if we are doing it well or not. For example, there were data this morning about some trends in metropolitan areas, thinking on a 15% of the food coming from the bioregion in some cities. So it's like it's like if our challenges were completely out of the reality. If we think about this 15% of food self-sufficiency in 2030, I think the plan is not counting on the idea of the overall reduction of the availability of oil and other resources that will make difficult to have this, let's say, to have this 85% of the food still coming from outside the bioregions in 2030, right? So all these things and our objectives are not quite well defined, and well, I'm not sure how to couple with that, but well, that's something that we need to consider, and well, at least to be aware of and think about how to develop our possibilities. Can you next slide, please? Thank you. So why we use this bioregional approach, why it is interesting for us within this context, why we need to consider a common framework, or why it is useful for us. So first, what is for me very important is that bioregion is probably the best spatial reference for the socio-environmental transition, and to develop this this conflict with these global trends, right? So we need to be territorialized, and we need to consider this space in order to, let's say, even fight against these trends that are destroying our bioregions, our communities, and finally the life in the planet, right? So planning to discuss this, including this territorial framework of the bioregion, these boundaries of the bioregion that are diffuse but are useful to start a new planning process, as you were talking about before, you were perfectly defining before. And in this case, to sum up, we will need to reframe the settlement. We will need to reorganize our settlement patterns. We need to reorganize the way we define our cities spatially, in order to reorganize the relationship between the urban areas and the rural areas, which is always in this discussion of the urban bioregion. And in this case, we will need to use this cross-scale, including this local, bioregional, regional, and other scales, in order to consider the possibilities of self-sufficiency within our bioregions. And I'm not going deeper on that because it will be repeating. It will repeat some of the things that David was talking about before, and things we were talking. The other people were talking this morning. But probably, as we show in the book, and the authors show in the two books we made we have edited last 2 years ago. There is a possibility to think about a new planning process with this bioregional context, with these bioregional boundaries, and with an engagement of the society, an engagement mainly of what we call the active part of the society, which is probably the most concerning part of the society in terms of the challenges we're facing in this century. Can you, next slide?
Of course.
And I will probably here. So we were discussing, and it's probably the initial discussion for this afternoon, because Joe Rabbit is going to go deeper on that. We were discussing what could be the bioregional futures. What can we do from the point of view of some academics and some activists or academic activists, and some people working in the administration and in some governments? What could be our task? What could be our ideas to work together in the following months, years, or even decades, if we have enough time for that? So Joe will talk about this. Joe Rabbits will talk about this. Can you come before? We'll talk about this bioregional 3.0, which is another possibility in terms of a way to develop these networks. And these networks could be an idea of developing cosmopolitan bioregionalism. It could be an idea of developing this framework for everybody, a framework that is not a framework that wants to be a colonial framework to consider this to be taken by everybody. It's a framework that gives us the possibility of share things, of share projects, of share experiences, and then develop projects together. Also, this framework will be useful to support local initiatives. In this case, some local initiatives are quite alone in this wild forest that is globalization, mainly in many parts of the south of the world. So we need to consider the ways that we can develop or the possibilities that we have to support local communities' initiatives. We also need to consider this framework as an idea to enhance cooperation and mutual knowledge. It's not a point to consider only those people who consider themselves as bioregional people. We need also to consider all the experiences that cannot be, probably are not defined as bioregional, but they're doing this in a similar way, or they are doing them with a similar framework that could be useful for everybody. I'm thinking in experiences in the south of the world, but also thinking in experiences in Europe that they still consider this bioregional approach, and of course in Asia and in other Africa and other parts of the world, as I said before. And finally, we think that it's probably the moment to develop in a more it's more established way some programs on training, some training programs, some programs in the academic field that could help all this process. Those programs could be established programs organized in institutions, but it could also be more grassroots programs. Probably we're talking about a new concept, a new way, a new framework, and a new kind of networks. Probably we're also talking about a new way of training that could be more self-sufficient training in terms of being coherent with the idea of bioregionalism also in the training sector. Well, I believe that I have include some of the questions that could be useful for the debate, but I'm sure that the other panelists will include many others that will be very useful for everybody, and I hope that we can develop this bioregional network in the future. Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much to you, Alberto, and I'm going to try to introduce the presentation of some key elements of Alberto Magnaghi. So I apologize in advance because I am not, obviously, unfortunately for you, Alberto Magnaghi, and I'll try just to present shortly some of the elements prepared in this presentation, recommending you to read in case the article, the chapter of the book, in the book we edited with Alberto Materano. Alberto Magnaghi, first of all, published lately a book called The Principal Territory, where he sums up the key elements of of a planning approach, where some elements are the key and the underpinning principle for a sustainable and a fair approach and regenerative approach to planning. These key elements are based on self-government of territories conceived as a common goods, result of practices of commoning in community forms through the activation of participatory processes at all stages and scales of the bioregional space production process towards a municipal federalism based mainly on municipal to be intended as local and not necessarily as an administrative level. The foundational role of territorial heritage in the bioregional project, referring to values, knowledge, rules, statutes, and of a long-term co-evolutionary process between human settlement and the environment as guides to direct territorial transformation towards stewardship strategies to heal the planet's environmental crisis. Then an integrated and synergic approach to activate construction element of space production, starting from the enhancement of heritage. This is a key point that refers to environmental balances, polycentric network of cities, city countryside agreements and production of ecosystem services, local production system with social territorial responsibility, and finally energy communities towards a new eco-territorialist transition. Alberto is usual to resume this kind of approach based on heritage, representation, description, social mobilization, scenario practices, projects, and finally reformulation of self-government and self-governance practices by using this kind of schemes that obviously I am not able now to explain you in detail, but each stage of this flow chart refers to specific planning activities, not only obviously of technical nature. And sorry, the presentation take the initiative and okay. And so we can explode this kind of approach, starting by the description and representation of the territorial heritage that is aimed to represent the different and long-lasting heritage that during the ages produced the growth of and the complexification of the territorial mass, and the creation of a complexity in the territory. But this kind of representation process is aimed to share it to construct it with the inhabitants and aimed not only to identify the rules of reproduction of the territory that we call structural invariants, but also to create social awareness about the importance of such coevolutionary rules. This is translated in different languages, and this kind of perception of the identity approach is also pursued with the construction of shared knowledge and awareness, referring to the also to lay language, or ordinary language and image language used and more comprehensible by the people, like referring this to the parish map originated in England. These are some examples used, for instance, in the territorial regional plan of Puglia. It refers also to the morphological reading of a territory, not only referred to the urban level, but also to the morphotype types definition of referred to the at the territorial scales, where the long-lasting structure of a territory merge and co-evolved with the built artifacts of the human settling activity, and creating some rules also that it's possible to acknowledge also in the context of very urbanized area, as in the case of the metropolitan area of Florence that is shown here. And this kind of activities is very complex, based on the knowledge of the different layer of that characterize in the evolution of the territory, progressive creation of the territory structure based on the land use, territorial threat, and anthropogenic features, hydromorphological features, and also based on the long-lasting geomorphological dynamics. So that results in some patrimony representation that we proposed in some experience of planning, like in the case of the landscape and territorial plan of Puglia, where the different phase of evolution of this kind of human-nature interaction were represented according to different stage of territorialization phases during the history, that produce a progressive growth of territorial mass, as is called by Alberto, by the territorialist school. There is a detail, and that turns out in the final, by superimposing the different stages of territorialization, it results in the possibility to define some, let's say, structural invariance rules for the territory reproduction. This is identity. This analysis gives origins finally to a synthesis of the territorial heritage that is based in perception, morphological approach, as we have seen, and historical structural approach that result in the representation of the atlas of heritage that are a synthesis played then also in the design process of the territory. Here, another example used some years ago, 20 years ago, in the province plan of Prato, or more recently in the project for a central Tuscany agricultural parks based on new agreements between city and countryside. That is referred to the definition of also of some peculiar underpinning values of the patrimony that are the base for the design of the project. In this case, especially not we refers not only to morphological aspect, but also to the other underpinning structure that are represented in this case by the quality of multifunctional ecological network that is represent a material foundation of the settlement, and this is also in the Apulia plan, where the natural heritage was reframed as multifunctional structure as base of the territorial project at the regional scale, and not only at the regional scale, but also at the different levels. A similar approach was also proposed in the case of the Central Park, Central Tuscany settlements pattern of the regional area, referring to the idea of the creation of an urban bioregion based on the central green core of this settlement system. And other experience were based on the project was referred to the project, the recovery of an inner area valley in north west of Italy, and some polycentric morphogenetic approach was also used in the reading of a settlement form, and based on morphotypes referred to the lowlands of the same central settlement system of Tuscany. And finally, the green core is represented, the green core of the polycentric city Tuscany area. This kind of approach is based also in find out some important reference to bioregional approach, because it refers also to energy and to resource use, and relating to a different model of economic development based on endogenous approach. Here we see a local mixed energy system study based to in the use sustainable reproduction of the heritage, especially referring to renewable, and a study about the potential of a renewable energy source in the province of Prato with the energy scenario. The role of the agroforestry multifunctional structures, not only for the ecologic and ecosystem services, but also for food and resilience quality of landscape reproduction. This is the case of the agroecological open space in the north of Italy, close to Milano metropolitan area, in the Milano metropolitan area, or the multi-cross-scale city countryside agreement that was proposed as a scenario project in the Puglia regional plan, where it turns out for the production of a cross-scale approach in the peri-urban area based on the adoption of agricultural peri-urban parks. And summing up, this kind of approach is finally based on the necessity to recover and a form of self-government of territories, and according to a bioregional approach, where communities and became and assumed the role of stewardship, and where the care of commons good is represent a new social and political pact to underpin community living together, and also care of place care and re-inhabiting activities. This is based especially on about voluntary contracts between actors, stakeholders, and the public, sometimes municipality, to activate processes of patrimonialization based on the heritage recovery. And these elements are based and find out important references to new, let's say, innovative governance tools like eco-museum and community maps, and contracts of river, lake, and mountain, multifunctional agriculture and peri-urban parks, economic system of local food, community and territorial economies, forms of common self-management like community cooperatives, energy communities, heritage communities, and finally, new generation of planning tools like landscape plans, local landscape observatories, and finally, the institutional set of tools for structure and current participation in urban, regional, and landscape plan. All this set of tools based on the Atlas of Heritage, the scenario strategic approach planning, has to be translated also in ordinary planning, sometimes in ordinary planning tools and practices. And this is the experimentation that currently the territorialist school trying to carry on in the framework of the, in this case, Italian rules context, and especially aimed to enhance the commons stewardship on behalf of local population, and to re-empower local actors to their direct management and stewardship of commons. Sorry, unfortunately, the presentation cut off. But just to show you the hello of Alberto, and hoping that the next time he will be with us to better present his legacy and his reflection. Thank you very much.
I'm presenting my screen.
Great.
Okay. That will do? Okay.
Okay.
Is it okay? Fine. Good. Thanks. I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm very pleased that my ideas and cartoons from the previous meeting also seem to be useful. With that in mind, I will just say I did not get the time to prepare a customized presentation I've presented the same kinds of ideas in about 10 different places in the last couple of weeks. So I think it should make sense. And let's say, what I'm first interested in is, what is this bioregion? Is it actually something to do with peri-urban or peri-rural? We can explore these things. And I think these questions are not only for theoretical interest, they are very practical, which I will then show in through this project, Periscene. Some of you know about this, I'm already involved. And it raises a lot of these questions about, what do we do? How do we do it? Why are we doing it this way and not that way? Because when we get into the real life, there are hard choices, difficult decisions. Everybody disagrees. What do? We need a clear idea of how to get through. And that clear idea may take shape through this collective intelligence concept, which is something I was working with for a long time. So with that in mind, we can see, this Bioregion 3.0 model, we can look at it from all these different angles. Thinking in progress, this is, summarized as steep C, social, technical, economic, ecological, political, cultural, urban, and so on. And each of these things may be more or less important in each place, but there may be disagreements, conflicts, arguments, competitions, power struggles, as we see in all of our real examples. So this is why, in my view, we have to be really clear as far as possible to get through all the conflict and confusion. And then we say, okay, are we really talking about 2 or maybe 3 frames, which are often mixed up in practice? Are we adding ecological thinking onto the existing urban and regional system, whatever that is? It's a big thing. Or are we about transformation in all aspects, social, economic, political, where we take the territorial or bioregional unit as a unit of analysis and action? So on that, we then have to start asking difficult questions. And I say this not to be difficult here, but because if I go out into the real world out there somewhere, people say, well, what about this? What about that? Our workers, their wages depend on some multinational food company. If you take that away, they will have nothing. And yes, they can grow a few apples or potatoes, but they're not going to live well. Shall we set up a national park? But then if it has high ecological standards, should we then move out to the businesses like second-hand car mechanics or small chemical factories? These places do not belong in our nice new national park, and so on. So again, difficult questions come up. Well, introduction. Some of you have seen this before, so I'll kind of move quickly. Impacts of climate change. This is the target, this is the trend, this is the result, and that's another result in the peri-urban. This may be from California, actually, not far from where Keith is. And that's the backdrop. Then we have our mega cities. And if anything stretches and tests the idea of a bioregion, it's these mega cities, most of which are under severe threat of one form of climate change or another. And it's a long list. And then we say, okay, let's talk about Manchester for one, a place I know quite well. And we can say, let's do a kind of challenge and opportunity analysis. And this comes up in the indicators, which you see in little diagrams here. And we can, it's a long list, which I won't repeat right now. But I mention this simply because I have spent 25 years, among other things, trying to define where is the region of Manchester, or the bioregion, or the eco-region, or the functional region, or the effective human ecology region, and so on and so on. And the short answer is there is no short answer, okay? So then I only ask the question because we have to say, okay, so if we're making difficult decisions, in situations of conflict and competition in different parts of this area, well, we have to be really clear. What is this thing that we're trying to achieve? Where does it start and stop, if we can? Who organises the government in this place or that place? At the moment, it's not very effective. So what can be proposed? So this is my, living lab real-time case study. And then we say, okay, this is only part of a larger region, which is called the UK, or England, Scotland, and Wales. But this is under great pressure. These are some of the Brexit scenarios which we explored, where things fall apart in a number of ways. And we could say, yeah, we call it a kind of unit, but it is always falling apart. That's how it is. That's what makes the unit. It falls apart and comes together simultaneously. And I started to think, oh, maybe this is actually one of the keys to the bioregion concept. It comes together and it falls apart all the time. Well, then there's a global picture, which I won't spend too much time on, simply to say that there is a north-south agenda. And if we construct, for example, a beautiful bioregional national park, just around here, with really nice people turning up in electric-powered SUVs and go for days out in the countryside, well, that's all very nice, but does that do anything for the global north-south relationship? So we have to ask these questions. Anyway, then we start saying, okay, let's look at the forces in this particular bioregion. And these examples, these are all on the ground in Manchester. There are challenges all over, which all intersect: landscape, economy, social, political, health-wise, and so on. And they all intersect. And this is how it is. And this is where I kind of have an argument with, some of my colleagues in my discipline who say, oh, well, we just study that one, and that's all we have time for, and that's our peer review journal process, and I say, well, what if they all intersect? And say, oh, that's too difficult, we don't do that, and so on. Anyway, so this is my, burden in life, to try and address these impossible questions. So if we say, okay, let's just get clear, where is this bioregion, this peri-urban thing, can we define it? So here is a textbook version, and this is from what was the largest ever project on the peri-urban about 10 years ago in Europe. And it was a real struggle, I can tell you. So we constructed a textbook version and then a kind of more real-life version, but still retaining these artificial density boundaries. And then we say, okay, what is on the ground is not just houses here at this density and this land use and so on. It's all about relationships, linkages, exchanges, flows. And the list can be very long. This is the diagram which we used at the time, which suddenly got very popular with the European Commission, amongst others. And not just to say, oh, here's the urban and here's the rural and they are linked, but rather to say it's much more complex. Here's the peri-urban. The peri-urban is a million different things and they are all linked. It's a system of relationships. Not that that makes analysis any easier, but it makes it more realistic. So that's, with that in mind, then we can go on. This is UN Habitat. They have a program on urban-rural linkages. And then we can start to trace the social side. I'll skip through these just for a quick tour. And the economic side, new relationships, new activities. And the transport side, which enables all this. And then some preliminary observations on complexity and order in this, extraordinary situation. And where you see the dots, you see chaos and disorder. Where you see the circles and flowers, then you see the emergence of order. But what does that mean? And you also see the attempts, either by market forces and corporate entities, to impose an order, like an industrial park with all the buildings, sealed, or a housing complex behind high security fences, and so on. So we can start to chart this, and this becomes really important if we look not only at, again, what is, but what it is trying to be, the emergence factor. And this seems to be the essential story of the peri-urban, and by default the bioregion. If the bioregion is some kind of hinterland of the urban, not just the houses here, but the concept of urban, the system of relationships and economic and political and social and so on. So this story of order and chaos seems to be quite important. This is work in progress. And then we say, okay, how do we research all this stuff? And this has been my self-imposed task. I set up quite a large urban project on the global peri-urban project. And it was framed as the peri-urban plus climate change. But as soon as you open the door and start talking to case studies here or there, and we had 21 of them in total, we are into deep water. It's inequality, expropriation, power struggles, the falling apart of governance systems and replacement by global corporates, disruption, corruption, and so on and so on. So that's just the summary version. The project itself, well, the link is somewhere, and I won't go into that too much. We answer to the Sustainable Development Goals. We have practical questions, and we have a community of 21. I'm pleased to say that Granada, represented by Alberto, is here, and San Diego, represented by Keith, is also here. And we have a framework that says, okay, let's start with what we can measure and observe. The peri-urban, the climate, the vulnerability of people, and the governance situation. It's all in front of us on the table. And we've got a template to do that. And then if that can become more clear, then we say, okay, there are synergistic effects in the background, like capitalism or inequality or land ownership or extraction of natural resources, and so on and so on. So this is how we go about this very difficult task. It's finishing in a couple of months. And then we translate that kind of abstract drawing into a list of potential impacts and a list of potential pathways. This would take some explaining, but this is the analytical approach which we're trying to follow, because otherwise we just swim around in complexity which never ends. So then we say, okay, and this drawing is actually on the whiteboard. Just to mention, and I'll show you the whiteboard in a moment. The whiteboard is where we are working, and I've extracted some parts of the whiteboard for this session, or rather the bioregional series, and I'll explain that in a minute, if I may. Probably running out of time already, but just bear with me. We start with the stakeholders, in-depth interviews. What is on their mind? How do they see it? What are the problems? And what comes out is usually highly interconnected, as you can see in this kind of graphic thing. And then we start to extract, oh, here's a problem, there's a problem. Can we visualize how that problem intersects and connects with other problems? And so we end up with this highly joined up picture. And then we translate that into more analytical terms, which looks something like this. And then, because when you talk to stakeholders, or when we do this, the problems are all mixed up with the solutions. Very difficult to really talk about a problem. And they say, well, we could do this, we could do that, but that didn't work, and this will cost too much money, and that one the politicians don't like. So it's a problem. In other words, the solutions are part of the problem, and vice versa. But so we have to get analytical, and these are some of the solutions which came out of the global mix, which are then adapted for each of our 21 case studies. You can see there's quite a long story here. But the point is, in this session, well, here's just an example. Surabaya, I'll just skip through these. Massive population change. There's a new conurbation which has emerged in 25 years. They don't even have a name for it, let alone an administrative unit. Is it a bioregion? Well, kind of, yeah, but it's a kind of everything region, if you know what I mean. And we can then start to trace, on these maps, the potential linkages, pressure and problem linkages, and then potential solution linkages, and then overlay the flood map and the coastal flood sea level rise of different models, And then the forestry, this looks pretty bad, actually, given the massive spread of population right along that huge valley. Transcending all of these administrative units, which are strictly not geared up for it at all, apart from some exceptions. But then you say, oh, well, actually, Indonesia, they have this wonderful, I've learned a lot, working with these people in the last few months. And, well, we worked on the main workspace. This is what you see, in our main kind of workshop. I think Keith was planting trees in a forest in New England somewhere at the time of the workshop. So next time. But you get the notion, this is just the Eastern Zone cities. And then there's another one for the Western zones. So very busy space, a lot going on. And then we zoom into Surabaya, and it looks like this. We have a sort of templates to describe the kind of systems that we're trying to analyze and then get closer. This is all post-its put up by the Surabaya people, and futures mapping according to our scenario framework, and so on and so on. And eventually pathway mapping, which is where we say to them, okay, we've heard all about the problems, and the problems are all mixed up with the solutions. So what do we do next? Given that we know enough now not to believe policymakers when they, say, oh, here is the policy, everything will be fine. It doesn't work like that. And this is actually one of the kind of principal points that we have to get over. So what is this collective intelligence and how will it work? Well, I think we've seen this one before. This is the kind of one of the basic kind of differences between a smart automobile-based city, which we all know about, I think, car parks, highways, interchanges, and a wiser multimodal city, ecological, walkability, livability, etc. So the theory is nice. How would the practice work? Well, in my view, we have to start with the reality. We have to look at the real estate system, or whatever you call it, development machine. And it's about land, but in particular, it's about money. So we have to understand this money system in order to then say, oh, this is causing all these impacts, social, economic, environmental, waste of land, urban sprawl. We have to understand the money system. And then we have some possibility of changing it, or not of changing the system, but of finding ways for it to emerge and co-evolve into other loops of added value. And this is the key. So then we look at the land use diagram. And if land is a commodity and nothing else, well, land tends to be wasted because actually money is what it is all about. Land is for making money. What else? So, and the result is sprawl and highways and so on. I generalize, obviously. So then again, we look at the synergies on a spatial level. So, oh, this could connect to that. So we can have a multifunctional thing and multimodal thing and multi-human thing and so on. They start to connect or rebuild. They repair the sprawl, as in a famous book of that name. And then we can turn some of these into pathways, meaning we don't know exactly what is going to turn out, but here's a way to go that brings together different stakeholders around the table. And then we can apply this to the very local level. Here's a model of a neighborhood, which has all gone wrong, dangerous, polluted, everyone is a stranger. And then we have a model of a neighborhood where things maybe start to go right. Children are safe, everybody is welcome, there is room, and so on. There's a social marketplace, etc. Now, again, these are stereotypes, it's cartoons, but the message is very clear. I think that to do this, we have to, think again about the uses of space and about how people connect in the next middle part, and then about the pathways which can start to deliver that and make sense of it. Now, these are long, big topics, and it could take, somebody ought to write a book, actually, about all this. Not me. So then we can, look at other things on the table, the adaptation of climate change, how to get people around the table, and what does resilience mean in this bioregional concept. Now, if the river starts in the uplands and we know who is up there and we can talk to them, then we have some chance of saying, oh, farmer, please, can you manage your land in this way and keep the trees planted and don't wash off the soil and fill it full of chemicals, and so on and so on. And so we have some chance of achieving resilience downstream, or for the whole system, rather. But if our river is in some other region, like, and it just comes through the mountains and hits us, how do we do this? Well, there is no simple answer. There's maybe some ways to go. These are things, again, there's more of this. And we have to then really talk about the governance, meaning if we have a situation where local government is in its unit, in its castle, town hall, it's alienated from the citizens, it's even alienated from other people like businesses and enterprises. And the result tends to be sprawl because things are not connected, there is no strategic planning, and so on. So then we get to the synergy diagram, and we say, okay, we could do this in a different way. We don't need a new shopping mall with 20,000 car park spaces. We could do it in a different way. So that is where it is heading. Well, I will kind of skip to the point and then just navigate very quickly the whiteboard, if I may. Have a few more minutes. This is one of our favorite examples. It's called Incredible Edible. And it basically said, you know what, we could grow stuff in this town, and what would it take? And in reality, what it took was to bring together all of these different stakeholders, not all in one time or place, but over a period of about 5 years at least, maybe 10, to enable different kinds of exchanges, different kinds of synergies and pathways to evolve. We did not know that what we were doing when we started, but it seemed like the right way to go. Now we know a bit more, and the results are in the book. This is a real place where I lived for quite a long time. And then we can go back to our pathways, so-called, and say, oh, okay, some of these, now that we have some idea of how to start building, or let's say evolving, co-evolving these pathways, then we can also see how they not only connect, they have to connect. That's what makes them real. That's what makes them work. The social and the economic, the health and the well-being, and the landscape and the food, and the climate and the peri-urban, and so on and so on. So we look for connections all over. And this is in the same town, and this is what we learned over 10 years of this food project. Well, sorry, I'll have to then, I think, just kind of skip all this very clever stuff. I think this diagram was already put up. So this is our kind of cartoon version of our basic process model. And the most important thing of this bit is to say, okay, not only, what does it cost and who should be there, and when is lunch, the biggest question, but really why are we here? Are we solving a basic problem, or are we doing some, competitive innovation, or are we looking for transformation of this whole place? And of course, in reality, these things are often mixed up. Everybody mixes them up. But, we have to, as far as possible, be clear, because then the process can gear up to do that. Well, that's the commercial bit. Now, if I may move in just a few minutes to the whiteboard, if I can work out how to get this on the screen. I would like to recommend this simply because I'm not sure if this is going to work. Because I forgot that they're both in the Firefox on my browser at the same time. Usually it's a Zoom thing. Anyway, in the chat line, I put the link into this whiteboard. And what I can recommend is that if you are kind of interested in not just listening to these presentations on slides, but having a conversation, then maybe I should actually, if there is a space after the main presentations, if I could just take 5 minutes and introduce what is on the whiteboard and the questions, and then sponsor or somehow enable some kind of responses to the questions. Now, can anyone see an interior here, by the way? I'm not sure if this is showing or not. The system is quite difficult. So the other link on the chat line is for our meeting space, where we'll take virtual coffee and walk around the gardens. And if there is an exhibition in the galleries, then we have a look. Now, at the moment, there is not much in the galleries because we had a technical crash. It deleted all of the stuff on the walls, but no worries. And if you are brave and a digital native, then I do invite you to meet in this place, maybe after the main session is closed, to avoid any conflict with the sound and so on. If we now see the whiteboard, somebody tell me if the whiteboard is showing. Sorry, yeah. So the whiteboard is showing. Okay. Well, I'll talk about yeah. Great. I'll talk about the detail of this later on, if I may, but just to say, yeah, this is a highly structured kind of interaction space. And some of the slides are here. Well, I just grabbed them off the screen. My slides are also there. And we find this changes how presentations and discussions can be done. Because, we are not just waiting for slide number 1 and number 2 and number 3. We can see the whole set. And if we have a comment or a question or a critique or an idea for this or that slide, then we just zoom in and, oh yeah, there's one. I don't like the idea here, so let me make a note. And you just double click and there's your note. And so we find this a really powerful way to go. It kind of changes how meetings and discussions and dialogues can be done. And what we then do is to say, okay, let's, as far as possible, be systematic about this. And this is the structure which has evolved over the last while, half year maybe. And I'll come back to this in the discussion session, but just to say, yeah, we have the example which I put up. The bigger case study is here, which is Manchester in the Periscene system, maps, analysis, systems, and so on. This is then the summary version, which is not too big. And this is what we invite you to contribute, or at least to respond to some of these questions and maybe fill in the gaps in this matrix. Anyway, so I will stop there. And sorry for running over time, but thanks very much indeed. I hope that was okay for you.
Thank you, Joe, for your very dense presentation. I apologize because the quality of sound and the mind not really able to understand all the English.
David, non si sente, c'è ritorno.
Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Not very well.
Yeah.
Not very well, David.
Sorry, I don't know, some technical problems. Thank you, Joe. I forgot to remember that Joe Revitz is the leader on future-wise cities for the Manchester Urban Institute and currently director of the global project Periscene, Urbanization, Climate, Environment. As you have seen, he has issued many publications, especially about the city region planning issues, related issues. And I think Joe, for his very dense presentation, I apologize because I was not fully able to catch every detail of this very rich presentation that especially focuses on the key role of peri-urban environment basic interface between urban and rural process, and where there are some strategic issues to cope with for a synergistic transition and a wise transition between the current development model and to a sustainable model that would be not only a greenwashing of under the label of the resilience. So, but I guess our colleagues will have more. So we can keep some points in the discussion phase. So now I am pleased to pass the speech to Rob Tyre. Rob Tyre is a emeritus professor at the landscape.
Something happened with your audio.
University in landscape architecture at the University of Butelli in California, and he edited a very basic book about basic founding book about bioregional planning, life place, bioregional practice and thoughts. And so I am pleased to leave you, Rob, the speech. Thank you so much for your presence.
In fact, I can move. I'm going to move this over and see if you don't have to see all this, and I can try hopefully doing that. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Joe. You are probably the most competent systems thinker I have ever met in my entire life, and I wish I had a fragment of your ability to synthesize all the things that you do. This will be somewhat more mundane. I'm coming to you from the Sacramento Valley bioregion in North America, which is essentially stretches from the Mount Shasta, 14,000 feet high, all through the Sacramento River, down through my homeland, my home bioregion, and out the San Francisco Bay. If there are any graduate students, trying to change here. There we go. If there are any graduate students in the audience, I would like to particularly ask you if you have a burning intellectual question, which is something I ask graduate students whenever I talk to them. And if you don't have any kind of burning intellectual question in your mind, you should be getting many of them from our presentations, which are extremely complex, as you know. But it all comes down, in my view, to one simple question, which has been driving my work for years. And that is, in the kind of place we want to make, in the future environment that we want to plan and design, what should be global and what should be local? And I think we are trying to address this question, but we are doing so in a context of many crises, some of which have been mentioned. The issues that I've been studying and writing about recently of primary importance is the climate emergency. Some would call it a climate catastrophe. In California, we have had extreme drought, as well as the rest of the Western United States have had drought. And for 4 or 5 years, we have faced wildfires and excessive heat. And we are really beginning to struggle and ask ourselves, what are we doing? We don't need to really talk about the pandemic other than to say that in California, people are still dying, although we are getting ahead of the curve. But vaccination is now politicized. I'm also very much concerned about what I would call the rogue information technology. I guess it's basically a hegemony. And social media in our state and elsewhere in the United States have been weaponized, and they've begun to erode mutual trust and common goals and accepted truths. But the real thing that I'm concerned about is urban-rural polarization. And I believe it's accurate to say that the United States is as divided politically as we have been since the Civil War. Now, we all know and we've heard that bioregions extend across urban and suburban into wild land. But there's a real problem here, which is the crux of why I wrote the chapter in the book and what has concerned me in the last 20 years. On the left, you see a map of, it's one of many maps that could be describing the bioregions of North America. On the right side is an election map for the last election in 2020. The red is mostly Republican majorities, and the deeper the color, the more Republican majority there is, and the more rural landscape there is. The blue areas are more densely urban and more multicultural, and have more or less voted for the Democratic candidates and for Biden as president. The issue facing bioregionalism is that as you leave in the United States, as you leave the city limits, you are moving into territory where a majority of people voted for Donald Trump. And the Republican strongholds are the red areas, and the blue cities, which are Democratic strongholds, occupy less area but are much more dense. Now, the notion of relocalization, which I think is going to be inevitable, and we've been talking about that, and we would all like to see it take a more bioregional form or shape, is being challenged by a political fragmentation where many places in the United States that are rural would like to join various parts of other states. And I'm going to give you a cursor. 5 Western states where my cursor is. Can you see this? I hope. Yep. They want to join Idaho. They don't like being part of Oregon, so they want to join Idaho. All right, so that's a fragmentation that runs counter to what we're trying to do. On the other hand, on the positive side, there are people in the hinterlands and rural and wild environments. There are ranchers, farmers, fishermen, etc., who have actually created their own bioregional organizations. And these tend to be the people who have open minds and would be willing to work with liberal and university-based organizations and activities like ours in joining together and forming bioregional coalitions. Now, most of my experience and most of our experience with our grant and our project in university has come from people like this, where people join together who have different viewpoints and actually communicate. And that was I would argue, a little bit easier in 2000, 2002, something like that. Some of these bioregional action groups concentrate on one issue. Some of them concentrate on a spectrum of issues. And very few of these organizations actually call themselves bioregional organizations. If you look at some of these, you have Center for Land-Based Learning, which is an agricultural/environmental coalition. We have regional land trusts. We have watershed associations. We have friends of ... groups. And I did a little bit of informal research recently, asking some of these organizations whether they were having difficulty with the worsening urban-rural political polarization in the United States. And about half of them said, yes, we are. We're having some more difficulty. And others said, No, we're the ones who've already had the bridges. We know how to deal with this, and we will continue to do what we've been doing for quite some time. Now, we've heard and talked about, and today and other times, what the obvious connections between city and countryside are. And they are energy and water and food production. I think the important lesson here is that the urban constituency, and that's us, including our universities, generally don't know anywhere near enough about what it takes to be a rural resident and make a living. We argue that rural people don't know enough about urban situations, etc. They may vote differently than we are, but there's a two-way street here, and I think Joe hit this quite well, that there has to be some reciprocity and some mutual learning. And so as we look at and concentrate on these systems that connect the urban to the rural, there are opportunities that present themselves. And one that I'd like to talk to address rather, is the notion of wildfire. Wildfire in California has been a very, very severe and sobering decade for us. I have a map at home where I have outlined the fire perimeters of some of the fires that have occurred recently in our bioregion. And the obvious thing we need to accept is that fire moves freely between urban and rural regions. And when you go after a fire and drive through any rural to urban landscape in California, you will see signs which say, "Thank you, firefighters, our heroes." And those signs stretch from inner city Santa Rosa up into wildlands and so forth. If you look at this map here, this is a map of where I live. I'm going to place the cursor, and if you can see that moving, perhaps you can, perhaps you can't. But I live right where the S is, in Sacramento. Last year, there was a fire of about 100 miles in length that surrounded a reservoir, and this is a picture of it. And much of the territory that I once was a part of an organization to do bioregional work in has burned. And so enormous wildfires in California are now commonplace. And this year, one of them burned 1 million acres. So how are we supposed to incorporate this kind of change amongst the climate norms of our bioregions? Yet there seems to be sort of seeds of optimism. One of them is that native Californians used fire for hundreds of years to manage the forests in California, and only when the Euro white constituents came in and stopped burning the landscape, that has created the problem that we now face with global warming. So in that time period, there's been a resurgence of interest in native uses of controlled burns to keep forests healthy. And some of the native tribes in California are now starting, including one at a bioregional organization near my home, 9 miles from here, have started doing workshops to teach people the ways of burning excess biomass in the forest that is now causing some of the conflagrations and some of the very serious ones. There's an interesting and positive example that I would like to talk to you about that has to do with ultimately fire prevention, but it started in the state of Oregon with the conflict between environmentalists that were trying to protect old growth forests and endangered species, and the logging industry which is extensive in Oregon and was increasingly in conflict with the environmental constituencies. But there was a woman who was working for the Western Environmental Law Center in Eugene, home of the University of Oregon and a part of the rather liberal-oriented coastal corridor of Portland and Salem and Eugene. And she was suing the federal government to try and stop various types of logging. And the people in a small town in John Day in Oregon, which you're seeing pictures of right now, decided that they had to get over their animosity and invited her to come out and tour the town and its 3 mills, 2 of which were shut down, and the third one was about ready to shut down for lack of ability to harvest any timber. So she agreed to go, and they went out there and spent many days together and just ended up making the Blue Ridge Forest Alliance. And she lobbied the state government, and the happy ending in all of this is that there is now a 10-year contract with the state of Oregon to thin forests in the vicinity of the John Day Central Oregon bioregion, and the mill will stay open and the jobs will remain. And this is a first step, and it illustrates some of the things that Joe was talking about in terms of how people relate to one another and how we can establish these initial small bridges between the urban and the rural. The guy who wrote about this, Nicholas Kristof, is a reporter for one of the largest newspapers in the United States, and he is now running for Oregon governor. But he grew up in a small rural town in Oregon, so he is intending to try to build more of these bridges in the state of Oregon. So it's a nice case study in how we might actually materialize these kinds of actions that we're talking about. So I'm going to run down a few things you may have heard before. In my experience, supporting the existing stakeholder groups that are already in play in the bioregion is critical. Now, by a stakeholder group, I mean a group that has welcomed or will welcome anybody who feels like they have a stake in the future of the bioregion. This could be contrasted with action groups that say, we want a wilderness area or else, or we want no more logging or else. But a stakeholder group invites everybody. Another suggestion is to work towards systems economically specifically that reverse the flow of value. In my region, for example, 20 miles north of where I'm facing now is a rice growing area. Well, we expect the rice growers to provide not only rice, but we want them to provide waterfowl habitat, water quality management, hunting opportunities, scenic open space, but they're only paid via the global price they receive from some organization like Archer Daniels Midland that is a monopoly. So if we want rural people to produce the kinds of ecosystem services that we in the urban centers want, then we have to pay them for this work. So there has to be flows of money outward from the city regions into the hinterland to actually pay people for doing what we, the so-called majority, want them to do. And another thing that I've run into in my own work, in some instances with wilderness advocacy groups, and that is that we need to support and understand working landscapes. These are people who are already growing the food and raising the stock and providing the watershed management. Working landscapes are essential and must be understood in much more detail by urban constituencies. And then the final suggestion that I have, I think is really critical, and it runs counter to what we're doing. Obviously, meeting virtually is important for us. But in my experience, those bioregional efforts that succeed, the people come together in real space and in real time. The Klamath Water Accords, which I wrote about in the chapter of the book, succeeded because the fishermen and the potato growers actually came to each other's regions and took turns sitting down and talking to each other. So I guess that translates into a kind of a lesson that I feel is important, and that is the bioregion is a physical, tangible meeting table. It's not a weapon. Another analogy I use is that it's an open hand and not a clenched fist. So I like to end my talks, which I'm going to do, with a quote from a Zen monk and a poet, which you can sort of contemplate for a long time. You don't have to assume it means just one thing. If you can't find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it? Well, perhaps there is a bioregional answer to that, but probably to refer back to the question that we originally raised, what should be global and what should be local, I think my sincere belief is that, folks, we are going to be relocalizing no matter what. I think the crises that are facing the world and our developed nations are going to end in some kind of relocalization. And I hope it's the kind of relocalization that we're talking about, where it's centered around the issues and sustainable kinds of cultures and bioregions, and that it will not break down into a civil war that is fractalized between rural politics on the right and urban politics on the left. Anyway, if there are graduate students out there, think about that burning intellectual question. And if any of you have any questions or would like to contact me, I've listed my email address here. And one of the things that I have discovered about the Academy is that, and I miss the most in retirement, are the questions, which we've been contemplating, but also the graduate students who are the pillars of the institution. So if you're interested in any of this, send me an email and I'll answer you. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rob, for your presentation. Unfortunately, I have no time to comment your intervention, but only to underline 2 points that recalled me on one side, on one hand, some pages of Jane Jacobs in Cities and the Wealth of Nations, where she speaks about how national currency-based policies are not fitting with the different needs between the East Coast urban America and South West country rural America, where the policies based on currency to favor exports were not good to import regions like in the southwest of USA. So that to say our politics probably have to be locally featured. And the other things, the calls that you posed about the need to pay for services, for environmental services on behalf of urban consumers, but probably my hypothesis is that in many cases it is this kind of payment are to be embodied in the production that are done in the rural areas for customers, urban or not, and that it depends on the different capacity, the ability that we have to set, to frame different markets use at the local level. But it is only and not to continue to produce for global markets by having some special prize for sustainable activities. So, but now I have, unfortunately, I have to say that we have to try to finish our works, and apologize with Kit and with Alessandro, because the venue where we held the meeting is going to close within 50 minutes. And so I just pass the word to Kit Pezzoli, that is teaching professor at the Department of Urban Planning, Studies and Planning at the University of California of San Diego. And his work research is especially focused on the relationship between bioregionalism and justice, and in a relationship about the resource use. And Keith, I leave you the speech. Thank you. Okay, sorry.
Right. So I'll just say next, if that's okay. Sorry to put you through that. I don't know what the problem was, but so you know, Joe, you are definitely one of the best system thinkers I've ever met in this context, and Rob, your perspective on the blue metros versus red working lands is something I repeat a lot in my classes, and I talk about the importance of bioregional imagination as a way to sort of address that. So this talk is going to talk. Next slide, please. All right. So this talk is in part about my own experience with the commons. So I grew up in the Great South Bay digging clams, and there was a way of regulating that space that worked. You couldn't use dredges or machinery. You had to use your bare, brute force. And it was a really wonderful economy, a commons that unfortunately is now gone, in the sense that the pollution from urbanization has created red tide, and that's gone. So this is a storyboard painting in which I use art in part to try to get across some of the themes. And the horsepower is an interesting thing. We measure things in terms of horsepower, but we're using oil from the earth, and so we've kind of lost our way. Next slide, please. So the bioregional imagination, this is what I'm going to try to put the emphasis on, not so much, laying out the calamities that we know are happening around us, but this notion of getting our mind around the bioregional imagination. So I've done a deep dive on what sort of the imagination is. And Sartre is probably one of the best philosophers that thinks about imagination. And he describes it as not something that's just added to the intellect, but it's the, I'll read a quote. He says, imagination is not an empirical power added to consciousness, but it is the whole of consciousness as it realizes its freedom. So get your mind around that. It's the whole of consciousness as it realizes its freedom. In other words, we can negate the ugly. We can negate the oppression in our mind. We can imagine a different scenario, and we can embrace that power. And so let's become good storytellers. Let's become good articulators of the alternative and invite people to use their imaginations to do so. Now, this is what I like about the bioregion. And I must say, you know, you Italians, a name like Bozzoli, I can call you Italians with affection. My great-granddad came over from Genoa to do fresco paintings in New England. But you're way ahead of us, I think. I mean, you think territorially. So the bioregion kind of comes to you naturally. And I get that. And we're trying our best in this region to do that. And Bob Thayer, in my mind, is one of our country's, you know, leading thinkers. And I just love this quote of his: the bioregion is emerging as the most logical locus and scale for a sustainable, regenerative community to take root and to take place. In my mind, the imagination, it's this notion of rootedness and taking place is part of this, but it's got to be manifest through different kinds of relationships with each other in the land, which I thought Joe did a really great job spelling that out. Next slide, please. So there's three cross-cutting themes when I think about the bioregional challenge. Planetary urbanization is extractive and unjust, plain and simple. And until we stop treating the rural areas like extraction zones to feed the rapacious kind of global casino capitalism that we have, we're screwed. And so it impoverishes rural wealth and degrades vital urban-rural interdependencies. All the more reason, Joe, your Perry-scene stuff is so important. A regenerative and just future requires bioregional imagination and innovation with compelling stories of alternative development, valuing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in the 15 minutes that I have to sort of share with you, I'm gonna show you what we're doing to sort of get those stories out there and how we're connecting it to transformational change on the land. The third thing here that's crucial is community mobilization and civic engagement are critically necessary to make cyber infrastructure and digital technologies, spatial analytics, mapping, modeling, scenario planning serve the public effectively. That is to say, advance social and environmental justice, health and well-being. Because guess what? Multimedia's gone berserk. You know, there's this whole thing with, you know, fake news and this artificial intelligence coming along. Unless we're also in control or working with that realm, that we're going to be in trouble as well. So this is where, next slide, please. So I have just a couple of sort of foregrounding slides to show that help you understand where I come from and why I've become a kind of a bioregional enthusiast. I did research in Mexico City, which is one of the iconic sort of urban attractors that has pulled from rural areas and now created this mega urban city. Next slide. But we can't forget that roughly half the planet is still rural. I mean, there is such a metrocentric, urban-centric bias in the way we think about how we're going to get ourselves out of the mess that we're in. Climate change, ecological degradation, widening disparities in health and well-being, loss of biodiversity, loss of soil. How are we going to get out of that? You would almost think that the people running the show, mainstream sort of modernists, that's going to happen in the cities. The cities are the solution. No, no. As us bioregionalists argue, it's going to have to take a new way of thinking about the unit of analysis at play here, the bioregion, which is about the urban in relationship to the rural and working lands, and so forth. This just shows tiny little towns in Mexico. There's thousands of these, and there's efforts to try to bring some new investments into those areas, partly coming from the urban areas, Arizona Farm Workers Union, and this global networking. So that's the other point I wanted to foreground, is that ultimately we've got to think about bioregionalism as trans-bioregionalism, as the effort to create on the global stage as well, a trans-bioregional federation where we begin to think about justice differently in terms of the expropriation of distant bioregional sort of ecosystemic regenerative capacity. If we're exterminating that by extracting from it, we're not going to get anywhere with some island on the land kind of bioregional thing in some more affluent area, right? So always keeping that in mind. Next slide, please. And I apologize for going so fast, but I know we're running low on time, and you guys are at the end of a very long day. So if I'm so fast that I'm unintelligible, somebody say, hey, slow down just a little, I'll do that. But art and story, right? So this thing on the left, an activist in our region, arguably one of the most sharp-toothed advocate for saving our forests and ranch lands while thinking about the relationship to the city, is this guy. He's got this, machinery of resource-intensive industrialism plowing its way through the land and shooting out of its butt single-family detached dwelling units. This is where I grew up on the right. This is sort of modernity's first American suburban subdivision, Levittown, which was racist, actually, and it created this separation of land uses, the beginning of a sort of a big problem in how we've built out across the United States. Next slide, please. We can't lose sight of the racism that undergirds a lot of what we're doing. Again, this is just a piece of artwork in the context of getting the story out, that this is just not an ecological challenge, that the challenges we face have all sorts of oppression built into it. Next slide, please. So here's where I want to spend just a couple minutes talking about the role of the imagination as a third attractor. That the bioregion, I think, is the right attractor. If you're not familiar with this work, check it out. Bruno Latour. He talks about three attractors. Two are kind of with us right now. One is globalization, the sort of global modern thing, right? That resource-intensive industrialism is going to lift everybody's boat. We're going to have progress and modernity and so forth. And to some extent, that's, there has been a remarkable affluence let loose on the world stage, but the externalities, the pollution, the climate change, the rural as extraction zones with the ecological degradation now causing mass migrations, no longer going to work. So that's done. We pretty much got an idea in our heads that global post-World War II affluent industrial is gone, dead, right? But the reaction to that, the other imaginary, the competing narrative, is one of, let's go back to the land of the old. Let's go back to the way it used to be. Make America great again. Let's put up the fences, keep out the others, made in America first. It's a reactionary neo-fascist localism. And that's what Bob was talking about. He says, we got to be careful about what kinds of localization takes place, right? So I'm saying, I think we can agree that the bioregional frame provides this third attractor. And so that's part of the imagination story, right? So next slide, please. So here's one way of thinking about it. C. Wright Mills wrote a book, a classic in the English-speaking world anyway, called The Sociological Imagination. And which he talks about how we need to think as sociologists as the intersection of biography, of personal troubles of milieu with larger social structures. He didn't really weave in an ecological perspective. So I'm thinking, for the bioregional imagination, we merge the sort of socio-technical, sociological imaginations around this idea of stability and certainty. When C. Wright Mills wrote his book about the sociological imagination, trying to figure out how to improve that so that we could understand what's going on better and do something about it, he said there were two operative terms that really mattered, and he used uneasiness and indifference. Uneasiness and indifference. This is back in the 1950s. Uneasiness and indifference. Now I think what we're really dealing with is stability and certainty. People want stability, predictability. They want certainty in the sense of having some sense of what's coming next, what they have control over. So I put those imaginaries that we just talked about. The global one is doing the poorest. It's got, the stability thing is horrific with hypermobility and so forth and so on. The certainty it's uncertain. And there's now supply chain interruptions and what's coming next with climate change. Terrible. this other sort of pushback on modernity, this other localist imaginary, the one that's gaining ascendance, is more neo-fascist and sort of exclusionary. It's a bounded, elitist, concentrated, autocratically reactionary. We don't want that. We want something that's the bioregional imaginary, which is good on stability, good on certainty, to the extent that you can get certainty, and it's agreement on what counts as certainty, but it's federated, democratically rooted, holistic. Anyway, that's the idea. Next slide. We try to put out there a frame. So now I'll just spend just a few minutes talking about what we're doing in where I live. So this is the San Diego Tijuana transborder city region. It's about 7 million people living here. It's a conurbanization across an international frontier. Next slide. Makes it very simple. And David, I'm going to flip through the next, say, 3 or 4 slides just quickly to kind of give some imagery. The pink area is how development is happening on the other side of our border. It's informal, irregular settlement. It's colonias populares, they say. It's development that happens irregularly outside of the legal sort of strictures around infrastructure and roads and housing codes. 3/4 of Tijuana, a stone's throw from where I live in San Diego, is being built out that way. Next slide. So this creates real problems for a bioregional perspective. When you look at the international border, this is the U.S. international Mexico border. Upper right, you see the watersheds, which don't obey those borders, right? I'm going to show you why that's a problem in a second. But when you look at the fragmentation, the jurisdictional fragmentation, it's horrific. And now what's going on in the United States with redistricting, they're fighting over blue and red sort of control. They're not looking at redistricting according to some sort of ecological or watershed base. We need to get there. And so this just shows, when I show this slide, I talk about the problems that the fragmentation of legal, institutional, jurisdictional stuff is a problem. Next slide. When you begin to look at what's going on county-wise, you see infant mortality on the southern side of the border way higher than on the U.S. side. So we're able to draw attention to these disparities. Next slide. And then we point to this. We say, okay, well, with infant mortality through the roof on the Mexican side, you know, a shared watershed that's, I'll show you in a second, is problematic if we don't deal with it together across the border. So we talk about ecoregions, the ecoregional perspective. You see those white lines are the polygons for watersheds overlaying ecoregional mapping in our transborder. We've created a U.S.-Mexico Border Solutions Alliance to try to get our mind around this stuff. Next slide, please. So one of the things we've done is we've tried to get our mind around, well, what the heck, on the upper sort of image here, a fellow Shahat created a flattened view of the city regions that are rapidly growing along the entire U.S.-Mexico border. So it's a beautiful illustration of what's going on in terms of the urbanization of the border region. On the bottom, we began to put boundaries around those urbanized areas to include the working lands and to kind of get a sense of what a bioregional sort of a border would look like around those. So we're just playing around with that. Again, the bioregional framework of boundary is more a heuristic. It's a tool. It's you know, juice for the imagination more than anything else. We can't make a fetish out of the boundaries for these things. But next slide. There is some interesting sort of backstory to the boundary, though. When we started thinking about, well, what's the larger framework for our bioregional context in this place? And I brought this sort of challenge to the indigenous people. This is a solid terrain model. And I'll tell you how we came up with the parameters for this. And it was expensive. It was like, it cost $20,000 back in the day to create this thing. So we wanted to get the right sort of scope within which to embed our bioregion in a meaningful way. Next slide, please. So I asked the Kumeyaay, who have been living here for 10,000 years and have survived, and they're still here. And so when I showed it to Mike Connolly, he said, well, if you go down a little bit further, just past Ensenada, go over a little bit to sort of part of the agricultural areas, and then it's just south of the Salton Sea, which is only a recent addition, man-made. Then you have the historical tromping grounds of the Kumeyaay. So the other thing with the bioregional stuff, that most places on Earth, there had been prior some kind of indigenous presence. And bringing the indigeneity into the bioregional imagination isn't just good for the story. It brings a kind of sacredness. It brings a kind of actual practical interventions on how to do land management and make things and do harvesting off of indigenous things that are growing locally. So there's a lot there with that. Next slide. I only have a few more slides, so bear with me. Now I just want to show a little bit of what we experience at the border region and why the bioregional frame is so important. We take a watershed approach, and this is a canyon. That canyon there is rapidly urbanizing. There's 80,000 people living there. 10 years ago, there was like 5,000, and they're developing on steep hillsides. And because there's a south to north tilt from Mexico into the US, the erosion, there's a soil crisis, there's erosion, it's choking the estuary, the Tijuana River estuary. And so where I think Larry Herzog, a professor, colleague of mine, might be on this call, we're looking at the city of Imperial Beach that is surrounded by these three fragile ecosystems and trying to take a bioregional approach to addressing these problems. Next slide. And when I say address these problems, I mean address these problems. Let's create green infrastructure like permeable paving stones and get it on top of the roads, which are just dirt. That rut that you see in the bottom left, that happened over the course of several rain events over a period of about 2 weeks. And colleagues of mine from SDSU were jumping in there, measuring the ruts, and they would disappear. The top of their head wouldn't even be showing. And all that soil is going into the estuary downstream. So the haphazard urbanization, which, by the way, is the way in which most urban development is happening on the planet today, is going to have to get down with a different way of thinking about infrastructure and what have you. Next slide. So on the US side, one of the things that we're doing from a bioregional perspective is we're asset mapping all the vacant land and beginning to sort of look at the vacant land against this sort of hydrological flow path of the region. And we are identifying places to insert urban agriculture, food forestry, little green parks, that's kind of aligned with a sense of, well, how's the creek doing? And what's happening at the end of the creek in the bay, and beginning to sort of elevate the importance of sort of urban acupuncture, micro interventions that are now bolstered, strengthened with an argument about how this serves well for the region, for the bioregion as a whole. So that's a big part of our story. Next slide. And then we're doing mapping and stuff. We've created an agricultural incentive zoning act such that those people that are sitting on land, property owners that have multiple vacant lots that they're waiting, if they let community use that land as urban agriculture, a little kind of community garden, they can get a much greater reduced tax rate. They can get taxed at the rate of rural land instead of urban, saving multiple thousands of dollars. So we're trying to create incentives that bring sort of that kind of thing and mapping. Next slide. So this is an example of a vacant lot that 10 years ago was strewn with garbage, broken glass. It was a terrible, people dumping, mattresses and burning them on this land. The repair shop there, an auto shop, was parking vehicles on it, dripping oil on the land. That's all been cleaned up. It's now a thriving, not only food forest and community garden, but it's all a neighborhood-based environmental research and learning center that's part of what we call civic infrastructure, linking a community place with researchers at the research university. And so we're at the research university, our campus, also doing urban agriculture and innovating around composting and water, being water wise, and bringing that out into the community in a bi-directional exchange that we talk about as the rooted university transition in support of the bioregional transition. So again, that's the narrative and the sort of getting your imagination around the kind of this notion of a civic infrastructure, connecting our research universities, our rooted research universities, to the surrounding bioregion, and working up language for that. I'm almost done. Next slide. This is actually my last slide. So I wanted to sort of, for this group last night until the wee hours of the morning, I tried to come up with a definition of the bioregional imagination. And I wanted to give you that sort of foregrounding so that some of this rather abstract definition would make sense. But I must say, I know this is very academic, and I'm sharing it with an academic audience. But what exactly is the bioregional imagination? How can we grow it? Again, last slide. So if you let me just go through this and I'll explain what I have here. If you could pull that last slide up real quick, it's the last. So we could look at that together, and then I'll pass the baton. I actually have it here too. There you go. All right. I think both Joe and Bob, Robert there this will resonate with you two guys. So bioregional imagination, it's a thoughtful, right? Imagination. Remember, it's not just an add-on to your consciousness. It's when it's all of your consciousness as you realize your freedom. So we are extraordinary human beings in that regard, and that we have this capacity, right? A thoughtful ecosystem of interlinked imaginaries. This is where it gets challenging for us, because really to have a good bioregional imagination, you have to have these subsidiary sort of pieces. The land ethic, right? Aldo Leopold, that whole business, that we're not alone, that we share the space, and there's ethics and so forth. It's the anthropomorphism has to go, right? Go from ego to eco, all that. And then there's other socio-ecological. There's this notion that human nature relations need to be bridged, coupled. We can't be building and fighting against nature, right? Socio-technical, that this bioregional imagination, to sort of augment it, grow it, we need beautiful ways of visualizing what's going on, data integration, scenario planning, modeling, right? And then I'd add indigenous, spatial, and democratic. Now, those are ones that I'm elevating as imaginaries that you can find in the world. You know, that there are these imaginaries out there. We looked at the global one, right? The global imaginary of modernization, resource-intensive industrialism, sort of, you know, the free trade thing. That's an imaginary, and so forth. We've got to create another imaginary. And these are the kind of, it's a thoughtful ecosystem of these interlinked parts, the fully beneficial exercise of which is made possible, I'd say only made possible, you can't do it without it, through healthy, regenerative, rooted human nature relationships that are equitable, just, and interdependently place-based. Now, there's a one-sentence definition of bioregional imagination. I know it's kind of got a lot in it. The last thing I'll say is one of the operative terms in this notion of bioregional imagination is this concept of rootedness, right? Or re-inhabitation, as bioregionals would say, or relocalization, as Bob is saying, you know, we're heading for, it's going to happen. The default is there's going to be a localization, all right. The question is it going to be fascist and autocratic, or is it going to be progressive and a learning sort of a learning commons, a knowledge commons, a land commons a thing? So bioregional rootedness manifests as a stable physical and spiritual matrix of connectivity, psychosocial, cultural, socioeconomic, right? So we're appealing to this notion of rootedness as both physical, rooted in a physical place, like the community gardens that gets people activated and caring, invested, affectionate about their place. There's a psychosocial dimension to that, a cultural and socioeconomic dimension to that. So bioregional rootedness manifests as a stable physical and spiritual matrix of connectivity, giving rise to a sense of belonging, attachment, appreciation, and affection for one's shared life place. That is, a place where mutual aid and communitarianism are not marginalized at the periphery of life and living, like a nice thing to do morally, but rather as foundational to life and living, manifest in diverse sorts of connected land and knowledge commons. You know, we're academics, so I gave a shot at trying to sort of codify what we're talking about when we say bioregional imagination. As Joe brilliantly pointed out in his presentation, there are many layers to this, but we can't get lost in the complexity. It's what I admire about you, Joe, and I think you heard, Alberto was saying the same thing, that you're this organizer in this realm, system of systems, fully aware of the complexity and the chaos. So that's why art and culture, storytelling is going to be so important to our work going ahead. And then I think I'll leave it at that.
For your very inspiring speech that focus on the importance to, especially on behalf of planner, to recover the thickness of the bioregional approach in terms of rootedness and practice and creative imagination by practices, this kind of experience, this kind of ideas in terms of experience. And we have no time to further comments on behalf of me, and I'm pleased to leave the words to Alessandro Balducci. Alessandro Balducci is a colleague, is a friend. He was the director of the urban planning department at the University of Polytechnic of Milan, and is a special researcher. His research especially focused on the social interaction in policies, and lately also about urbanization dynamics. And so I'm pleased to leave to Sandro the speech, and apologizing for the long waiting for him. Thank you so much, Sandro.
Thank you very much. It's been really interesting to listen to this presentation. We have a few minutes, if I understood well. So I just wanted to do a few comments about what I've been listening. And just to present myself, I've been 15 years ago, more or less, guiding a strategic plan for the urban region of Milan. That was a legacy of the work that Alberto did with the first Lambro-Savesolona project, in which I tried to foster the capacity of the different municipalities to work together in order to contrast the sprawl and the deterritorialization of the urban region of Milan. It has been interesting. We did something interesting, but on the end, the resistance of the public administration to some innovation was in a way didn't allow the complete success of that operation. Then I've been also leading a national research project on urban regions in Italy, together also with some colleagues from Florence, like Camilla Perrone and Giancarlo Pava, who is not with us anymore. And in order to avoid the different administrative boundaries or even definition like functional urban areas, we took 100 kilometers per 100 kilometers in all the big metropolitan areas in Italy, in order to try to understand what was going on in these areas and what kind of cooperation or what kind of transformation were going on in these areas. And it has been quite interesting because we try to look at the real city instead of some kind of external definition. And we have been continuing to work in this direction. And for example, now we are doing quite an interesting research work on the different forms of interaction between Milan and Bologna, who are the strongest part of the northern Italy. And what we are observing is that it is very difficult, even in a perspective which is not a bioregional perspective, to start a process of cooperation among different subjects in order to deal even with normal kind of problems, even more if we assume a bioregional perspective. And let me say that the bioregional approach, I think, is the best interpretation also of what Bruno Latour said in the book Down to the Earth, and also this third attractor that Kate has been citing. That is really the best interpretation from my point of view. But I think that we have a problem of how to favor and to allow forms of cooperation that take the perspective of the bioregional approach. And what we have seen is that on the one hand, it is very difficult to try to establish a new level of governance which is able to, from the top, to promote this kind of perspective for many type of resistances. And even as it has been said, in the interesting relations between rural and urban, what we find even in Italy is that in the rural areas we have the kind of reaction which is a typical populist reaction, and it is what has been well defined even in the US, but also in Italy, the kind of reaction which is a localism, a localization, as it has been said in the discussion, which is not the kind of terrestrial that was discussed by Bruno Latour, and not the kind of re-territorialization that we are thinking of. No? It's just the defense, and so these two problems. So on the one hand, we have not the capacity of establishing some level of governance which is effective, and on the other hand, we have this kind of contradiction between the urban, more open toward an ecological perspective, and the rural, which is quite resisting that. So my point for the discussion, for allowing this last minutes of discussion is what can we do? Is it? I remember that Henri Lefebvre, for example, was talking exactly about the imagination. So how important is the representation? And the problem is, do we have just to work in the direction of making new kind of representation of the space which is going toward the bioregional approach, or we can do also something more? And if we think to something more, I think to propose some strategies, as it has been showed by Joe Raves there. But I mean, I think it is important that, and in this sense, even universities can do something, because administrations are quite limited in the capacity of going beyond. And I'm I've been inspired a lot by the kind of definition that Patsy Healy gave about the role of strategies. And so strategies can try to identify episodes of innovation, helping these episodes of innovation to become something more steady, more becoming a little bit more institutional institutionalized practices. And if they are able to travel and to convince and to be imitated by others, can aspire to change the governance culture. The interesting point is that even the strategy is an episode that tries to become a more institutionalized form of practice. And if it is successful, it can aspire to change the governance culture. So we are, I think, in between this kind of options. So on the one hand, we can just propose new imaginaries and new representations that in the conditions of climate change, the urgency in which we are now, can help and can try to go in a direction which is something more than the capacity of the administrations are showing. On the other hand, we can aspire to propose a strategy in the conditions in which this is possible, knowing that it is very difficult to try to boost cooperation, but at the same time relinking a form of representation to the bottom-up initiatives that are many that are going in these directions, doing this kind of operation of identifying, helping, and trying to make them travel in order to become something more. So this is just to give a short contribution to your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandro, because for your intervention, because I guess it all has to point out, especially the question of what we can do now, and I guess probably we have to follow both of your possible strategies, on either following new form of representation and evidence about the process, the ongoing process. On the other hand, they continue to work on place with an immersion and in collaboration and with practices of empowerment with the stakeholders. And it seems in this direction, especially. We have a lot of suggestions, I guess, in this afternoon in this direction about methods, tools, and practices and ideas, and to adopt in these two directions. So I'm aware that it's late and we have to left our room because here the building is going to close, but if someone of you have some short final comments, we can wait. So then, anyway, if is there no. So
I can offer some comment or questions. Is that okay? But I don't want to be first. But first, a big thank you, David and Alberto, I think, for putting together this meeting. I hope this is not the last meeting, but maybe one of a longer program. And well, yes, we met in Manchester in the summer. Here we are in Florence. Maybe next time we will be somewhere else in the world. I'll also just say there are linkages to other programs which are going on. Just yesterday, I was speaking at the Urban-Rural Linkages program meeting in China, all by Zoom, of course. And let's say some great examples coming up on really similar themes, but they are not framed as bioregional. They're framed as urban-rural linkage. They're talking about almost the same thing, actually. But what is that thing? it has so many different dimensions, so many different topics. Yesterday we had presentations on ecotourism, on local food systems, on village structure and settlement pattern, etc. And China is the case study in that case, Songyang in Zhejiang province. And fantastic things are going on. Now, then, as you know, my role in life is to ask difficult questions, starting with myself, of course. So I say to the Chinese people host, okay, this is wonderful. But are you just showing us the good bits? You know, let's talk about the slums and the migrant workers who live in trailers and, you know, the people in rural areas who cannot grow enough food because actually all the young people left to go to the city and there is no one, you know, available with who can work the fields. And then you have climate change and pests and diseases and so on and so on. Now, not to say it is all bad news, but I think one of the big agendas that maybe we have in this kind of meeting and this kind of program is to bridge the gaps between what we want and what there is. And on that score, I was very impressed with some of the beautiful maps that Keith showed of, you know, the Southwest and the border area and the analysis of different types of settlements in that area, and then the analysis of different types of ecoregions in that area. And I was really inspired. And then also thinking, okay, so one of your examples was the ravine on the Mexican side with huge numbers of informal houses, you know, informal shacks, developments of all kinds. And all the sand is washing down the river and ending up, and it's an environmental problem for the Imperial City Bay, the river. And I was thinking, okay, so how do we sort this out? If that is even possible? It's actually on a bigger scale from the problems in the UK, in my little case study in Manchester. But, you know, we have some problems also, which maybe I can just illustrate on the whiteboard in a moment. But the first question is, I think, back to Keith, which is to say, okay, so in this bioregion, which you present as one, you know, system, maybe there are big divisions inside that bioregion, like an international border, which then represents divisions on rich and poor, and, you know, different ethnic groups, cultural groups, and so on and so on. But one of the effects is, we have an environmental problem, which is the result of informal development. And that is the result of many, many factors: social, economic, political, infrastructure, level of development, structural inequalities between not only social groups, but between nations, and so on and so on. So the first question is the bioregion concept big enough to really address those huge structural problems? And then the next question is, can we envisage a state of bioregion in that area in which such problems are solved? Is there a vision which is big enough to put all that together? So that's the first question.
Thank you. You leave your very big, huge question, but I guess we have an obviously no answer. But I remember the Gary Snyder message in his book Dwellers in the Land, where he posed the problem that the bioregional approach is not a revolutionary one, because usually revolution are finished to repropose the problem that they try to eliminate. But it is an incremental and cross-scale approach. So I guess probably, despite the impressive scale of the problem we have to cope with, we have to adopt an incremental and up and cross-scale approach to try to with a big piecemeal method to cope with some problem without lost the general vision, I guess. But I'm so afraid because I know we could talk about a lot of things, very interesting issues, but I have to close the session because the venue is going to lock us inside. And I promise that we will post your intervention in our master course website. And obviously, this is only one of the first appointment with the promise to keep in touch together and to feed these networks that just was born, and we hope that it could continue to work together and to exchange. Also, using the very interesting platform of Joe, that Joe is in a very smart way is leading his career now. So thank you so much for your presence, for your contribution, and for your passion to help us in this drive. Thank you so much. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Alessandro. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Alberto.
I just put a message on the chat. If anyone wants to talk a little bit more, you can join on my Zoom on that link. Completely optional, and only a few people, are needed for a chat, more than, one, basically. So this is up to you. If you want to have a chat about the questions which we raised, which I think are really important, it would be, I think, a shame to leave it right there, but it's up to you.
I'll jump on for a few minutes, Joe, but I have a meeting in a little bit, but I will follow up.
Okay.
I see the link. I'm going to click it and go there.
Great.
I want to just thank David and Alberto and everybody else that organized this. It was such an honor for me. I mean, to feel this community of people thinking territorially and in a way that's not sort of insular. It's got a very clear view of the challenges that we face. It's just a great inspiration. It gave me an uplift that's going to last at least a week.
I'd like to add my thanks to all of you folks in Europe, and of course to Joe and Keith. I'm surprised that in the last month or so, I seem to have run into a number of other bioregional thinkers, activists, whatever, from the UK, from various places. There is, as you said, Keith, a notion of trans bioregionalism. Now, that's really an academic mouthful, isn't it? But on the other hand, if we sort of keep it to ourselves, there really is something that resembles that. There's an awful lot of thinkers and doers in other places in the world, in Australia, New Zealand. I had an Iranian graduate student who did a whole bioregional analysis of the country of Iran, and I've lost track of her now. But they're all over the place. So this whole, and I'm really delighted after what I saw as a kind of 15-year hiatus between what was a resurgence of bioregionalism in the United States around 2000. And then we had a bunch of global issues get in the way, not the least of which is our recent political problems in the United States, which hopefully are, but maybe not, on their way to being solved. It's great to see this resurgence of information. And the original bioregionalists that I followed, one of them is Peter Berg, who has died, who started Planet Drum Foundation. The other one is Gary Snyder, who is a preeminent bioregional thinker and a retired person from our department. He's, I think, 91 years old now, and so I can see that the batons are passing, and boy, you guys can have my baton, whatever. Here it is, right here. Anyway, I'm gonna leave and join my family, and I'd like to again thank everybody. And one thing I'm definitely open to is I'm not terribly big on these kinds of meetings, but emails are still very welcome in my inbox. That's rlthayer@ucdavis.edu, and feel free to email me. And so I'm going to sign off and say thank you to everyone.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Have a
Bye
good
now.
day and this evening. Thank you so much.
Bye.